If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 16th of May 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Flemington. Now Flemington happens to be in Victoria. It is one of the top tracks in the world, probably in the third or fourth ranking, and it is definitely the top track in Australia. We've got 9 races here today. The ground reading is good. About this track generally is very consistent. The odds approximately about 40 to 50% of the odds. That means out of 10 races, 4 of the favorites should be home. It can go up to 5, 6. The tricky part of this track is the straight. The straight is where all the 1,000 meter, 1,100 meter, 1,200 meter races are happening. This is the trickiest part of the track. This track, at this particular situation, at this particular place in this track, there is a high slope, low slope kind of a thing which is there. We're trying to figure it out how this track is, but we still haven't figured it out. So that's the trickiest part of the track. Other than that, this track is good. And we will see what we can do here today. Welcome back, Adamman. Welcome back, Gate. Welcome to Grandstand. And we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our numbers and wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out or highlight those situations. So we are with the first one here, which is an open race, 1400 meter. We'll take a look at the market snapshot, what market is saying, and then we'll take a look at the numbers on those horses. 10 and 14 has been scratched. We do not have 10 and 14. 1, 12, 9, 5. 1, 12, 9, and 5 are the odds. Okay, so what I have done is I have made some changes. You can see that I've taken out the match. The match, I can't fit it in, and we had to get the others. So initially, what we were doing is till Wednesday. What are the changes? So the changes are like this: that we know what the effect is. So this is the load on the jock. Fix is the load on the horse. Now, do we know the drop, where the drop starts and where the challenge begins? Okay. Uh, what I've done is we've got these two sections. So one is position. All right. So the position, we will see how that works. The higher the position, um, we should be able to get some kind of a hint from here about what exactly is going to happen with the positions. We need to match the drop, we need to match the position, we need to match the change, and we need to do the fixing and the effect. So the game probably is going to be here in this particular section, uh, and we need to take a look at the pressure on that horse. Along with that, yes, we need to be taking notes on how things are here, how much defaulting are they doing, and the resistance. So one is favorite, which is the only challenger. Rest everybody is a drop. Okay. To the change, we get these two horses up there. Okay. Now here is the thing. So if that's what the thing is, the one probably is the favorite, and we know why it is the favorite. Okay, well, that's the only challenger. That is the only challenger. Rest everybody is these horses are getting started today, so this is debut. All here it is debut. The 5 we know is getting under stress. The 1 is challenging. But here is the catch. The catch is, I think, if you look at the position is down here. Okay. This is where it gets tricky. If the position is down here, if the position is down and the change is up here, then it is a contradiction. Okay. Then it is a contradiction. So in order to understand what this thing is, so a higher change is good, but with higher change, you also need a higher position. If the higher position is not up here, and the position is, when we look at the higher position, it goes down here, all right? So that makes it a little tricky. Now, if that's tricky, then the question is between these two horses, 12 and 9. Now, if you look at 12 and 9, 12 is a higher drop. This is a lower drop. If we look at the fix, this is a nominal fix. And more or less, that's how things are. I'm not saying that the 1 is not going to be there. I'm saying that it's a tricky position for 1 to be winning. 9 probably has an upper hand. It is also the linear. Okay. Now that's that part of the story. Places, we will take a look at how things might work, and probably yes, 12 is a place also. If that 11 doesn't get through, maybe. I don't know. So we will see how that works. Okay. So 1 is the favorite. It's not going to be this easy. I mean, it's not going to be that gentle looking at all those numbers, because from the next, we have very tricky situation in the next one. This one probably is going to do nice, but the next one is like the too many horses in there. We'll see how that works. But this one probably is la that. Gate.
Indeed, behind another stablemate on debut in the winner, Marfiano.
Yeah, there wasn't much market support, $19, but I love the way in which this son of Spirit of Boom got to the line. 1400 he should relish, and it just depends how much he's improved with the run under the belt.
I didn't have the benefit of seeing him at Bendigo, but he's a lovely looking horse just standing in front of me right now. He's a real sexy sort of colt. His coat is beautiful. Looks like he could be half a naughty boy, but his attitude's good for now.
Couple of debutantes by Gayard, the first of them, the two Menace. 200,000 even for Yulong at the English Premier Sale, then was passed in sub the 300,000 at the English Ready to Race Sale. A half to Brisbane Metro winner Tiger Tie.
Yeah, I liked his trial. He's pushed along a bit, but he looks like a horse that's going to get over a bit of ground. So if he can do well here first up 1400, he's definitely a horse to take strong note of, and with a stable that can, well, has done a good job with their debutants in the Metro area.
He's a really nice individual too. I quite like him as a type. Now, attitude-wise, he's sort of starting to feel it quite a bit. He's foaming up between the back legs. He's quite tense here. It's within normal limits for the time being, but he's definitely one that I'll be keeping an eye on behind the gates.
Michael Christian's Longwood Farm offered the 3 Mongolian Hero for sale at the English Premier. 70,000 was the price tag. He's from the family of Group 1 place getters Darcy Begood and Babylon Berlin.
Same jump out as Menace and finished third there. I thought it was a pleasing enough piece of work, but there'll be some improvement to come.
He's a neat type of colt, this, more short and compact rather than the number 2 in this race. He looks like he's more built for speed. He's got a pretty good attitude. He's handling himself well and striding out nicely.
150,000 on the Gold Coast for the 4 Volstein. The 4th foal from a winning half to Mini LeBrock.
Yeah, when I was talking to Calvin earlier, they're pretty happy with him. Looking at his jump outs, he seemed to come through it relatively well, and they're expecting a forward showing. So, market saying as much, $10 looks an each-way chance.
Lovely, big, loose-moving type of horse, this. He's got such a massive action on him. I'll be interested to see what he looks like at full gallop. His coat's lovely. He's still got a lot of growing to do, a lot of filling out, but he's a lovely type.
On the middle day of the Warrnambool Carnival, 5 Centenary Florin made a fantastic debut for Jacko.
It did, and really impressive win. There's a gap to third. There was good speed in the race. The race rated well, and she's a filly that's probably going to be even better suited over 1400. I like to jump out here at Flemington prior to her debut. And when I was talking to Jack, he said that, you know, he thinks that she could be even better on top of the ground. So she got through the heavy, but don't think that firmer footing will be any issue for her.
Yeah, she definitely looks like that on type. I noted that at Flemington when I saw her. She just looks like a 2,000-metre horse physically in front of you. So I think the step up in distance will be good for her. She looks very similar and parading the same as she did at the Bull.
A pair via sale a fortnight ago. 7 from yesterday was 4th in that maiden.
Yeah, and look, I thought that it was a low rating race, just sort of whacked away. Can't take a position, but a fair bit more is going to be required at start number 2.
He can take that nice natural improvement though, especially stepping up in distance. He presents really well here. I didn't see him on debut, but he's doing everything right from a yard point of view here.
From yesterday was beaten 4.5 lengths. The 8 Tiger Fox was beaten that and that again.
Now, it was pretty plain because I don't like it when they're not really running through the line. So it was an ordinary debut. Let's have another look at him and see how he fares today.
Yeah, we definitely need to improve on what he did do at his debut performance. The blinkers have gone on, so hopefully that can sharpen him up. He presents in good order.
Daniel Stackhouse on the 9 Autumn Charm. She's been placed at both Geelong and Ballarat.
Good run. Both have been good runs, actually. The pattern was against the Geelong on debut and got to the line really well over 1100. Stepped to 12, sort of looked the winner and then got run down late, but lost no admirer. She's a talent, and 1400 Flemington, that looks her go.
Yeah, she's lovely. Autumn Sun filly. I really do like them as types and as racehorses. She's presented beautifully here. Her coat is still in great shape for this time of year. You can see that the sun just shining on it, how well she does look.
10 out, some shrewd shopping from our mounting yard colleague Hutch for the 11 Vertigo. Passed in, not reaching the reserve of 20,000 at the English Premier Sale. A few days later online, $2,000 to the Yogis.
Yeah, I like the way that she got to the line sort of late in the jump out, so it'll be interesting to see how she fares here, but there's clearly something to work with and might work out to be an astute purchase.
I hope so. I hope I'm a genius after this. She presents well. I'm really pleased with the way that she's handling herself here. She can be a hot, quirky sort of filly at home, so she's been an angel here the whole time. We feel like she's going to get over further, so nice kick-off point for her today. Hopefully she can have a nice experience for her first day out.
Genius bits written in stone regardless of the result. 12, Bella Blaze. Good luck to Lizzie Jols and her syndicate. That includes VRC CEO Kylie Rogers. Placed on debut Ballarat.
Yeah, it was a really nice performance, wasn't it? Good luck to Lizzie and the owners. Sort of said g'day to a few of them down there, and good to see Lizzie on course as well. Really good performance, and just depends how much Bella Blaze has improved from that run, but it was I think a highly encouraging debut, and the market's keeping her safe today.
She's got herself quite warm, but I think it's just because her coat's a little bit long being stabled down at Ballarat, where it is obviously really cold. She's in lovely condition and she's very healthy. Fitness won't be letting her down here.
She comes via the same race as Autumn Charm. The 13 Lady of Power comes via a Geelong contest where she was 2 1/4 lengths off. She's buoyant.
Even sort of finished 1400 looks a real positive, I think, for her. And don't see too many slow-written tycoons there, so she might be another one to keep safe going forward.
She gets a tick from where I was standing. She's a tall, scopy type of filly. Definitely looks like the step up in distance is going to suit her on type here.
We saw High Vol repeat the dose of the Anzac Day Stakes victory on debut to win this race last year from Bucklew, who of course progressed to win the final. Sneaky Sunrise winning this race 2 years ago before placing in the final to Jenny's Meadow. 8th in that race. American Wolf, who of course since has won a VRC St Ledger and Adelaide Cup, and chases direct entry into the Melbourne Cup later on this afternoon in the Andrew Ramsden. Hutch, you feel like the Jacko role can continue after he was dominant during the hometown carnival?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's nice horse, and good luck to Jacko and his team. She's certainly got some presence about it. Centenary Florin, and she's the only horse in the race that's won one. I think she can make it 2 from 2. Resident was a good effort at Bendigo. Autumn Charm, I'm thinking will go very close, particularly suited here to Flemington 1400. And Menace is of the newcomers, it was the one that I felt that had a little bit of X factor. 5192.
I'm with the one on top from the yard. Resonant, I just thought what a magnificent looking colt this fella is. Beautiful attitude too. He was handling himself particularly well for the time being in the yard. Just had a good bit of quality about him. So he goes on top. You could make a case for a number of these horses. I quite like a few of them, to be fair. One that I don't mind at all is Nick Ryan's horse, Autumn Charm. She's a lovely filly, Nick, and she's been knocking on the door to get her first win.
Yeah, for sure. She's the most experienced horse in this field, only having the 2 starts. But Autumn Sun filly, you think she'll relish the step up to 1400. It's been a good build-up, the first 2 runs, and she certainly hasn't trained off. She's done everything right. So even luck in running, she'll certainly present and be very competitive.
You touch on that luck in running. Where would you like her to be?
Yeah, look, you don't want to be pushing her out of her comfort zone, but up in trip she might jump and be 4th, 5th, 6th in that running line, one off, and she's got a very good turn of foot, and as I said, we don't want to push her to be any closer to take that away from her, but I left it to Daniel. Bounce, squeeze, travel, simple, stupid instructions. He's a good jockey.
What about Miwa? He's in the next. How's he come into it today?
Yeah, good. I'll give him a real good hope. It's just barrier 2 is probably not ideal for him, so once again, Motty, if he can jump better and be closer in the run and get luck, he can win. But there's a lot of variables in horse racing, isn't there?
You were sounding very much like Nick Price then.
Yeah, well, it's the old Caulfield rubbing off on me, I suppose.
Been hanging out. Hey, good luck.
Thank you.
Great interview there, and the Nicky Ryan stable on fire at the moment. The fire truck's parked directly out front of his stables. All right, let's have a look now. Favourites on the drift. Huge drift now. Resident out the door. 320 out to 450. Replaced by Autumn Charm. Nicky Ryan's runner there. And the best backed in terms of late on race day in your market mover is Bella Blaze. The Hots getting involved there. The sharp punters that bet with Sportsbet and make it their livelihood. $10, $7, $5. Outside of that, nice to see a trim up for Menez. He's a dead set staying type, and he'll be rolling down the middle of the track late, you would imagine. He has had some specking, and Mongolian Hero. But race 1, number 12, will be your market mover. Get your bets on for the first punters. We're away. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Terrific to have Michelle Payne join us ahead of Bella Blaze, stepping out for the second time in her career off a promising debut of Ballarat. Michelle, terrific to see you, and I believe there's a bit of an injury update from within the stable as well you can provide us.
Make it sound bad, Nigel. Stevie Payne, no, Stevie's at home. He's had a knee operation in the last couple of weeks, so he'll be tuning in. He loves this filly, so hopefully we can get the job done for him.
Wish him all the best from the confines of the couch. What were the takeaways from what you saw from the debut?
I was really happy with her. A little bit disappointed that she stepped slow like she did and gave away a start, but she drew wide anyway that day, so it was always going to be tricky. But really happy with the way that she hit the line. Obviously, she was really strong, and she's just a lovely quality filly, and hopefully she's just come on that bit that you need to. She's against some nice 2-year-olds here, but she's a nice 2-year-old, so hopefully she puts her best foot forward.
Getting her out of the gates, one of the main things that you've had a conversation with Neil about to be on watch for?
I think we can't panic. I think you just got to take what happens. Trust her ability, keep it smooth. He knows her well. He's ridden her in track work. He obviously rode her in her first start. So just have to leave it up to her. Hopefully she just has a nice smooth run, and her ability can do the rest.
The collaboration that can go on in programming between trainers and their connections. Has there been a push from within the likes of the VRC CEO and Lizzie Jels to make sure that Bella Blaze was coming here as a 2-year-old?
Look, they're very good and easy to train for. Never say a word, just leave it up to me, which is the best way to train, and let the horse, do the talking. So I'm just thrilled that we're here, and she's in good order, so hopefully that we see that out on the track.
All the best.
Thanks very much.
Absolutely, all the best. And Amy, let's just have a little chat about Vertigo. And you're happy with the way that she came into the yard and behaved?
Yeah, well, she can be a little tart at home, so she's just one of those quirky sort of fillies. But we said to the owners, like, you can always start at this level and assess them. There's no harm in trying, is there? And if she doesn't measure up, well, then we can drop her back in grade. But just think, for a filly, lovely big open track, we've identified with her, we think that she wants a nice staying trip. So if she can come here and just learn her craft, beautiful surface here at Flemington, drawn one, great jockey on board with Geordie Childs. If she can find the line and do her best work late, we'll be really happy with her.
She did find the line well enough, like you said, but she was doing her best work in the last stage.
We've never really asked her or made her do it, just letting her learn organically. We're in no rush with her. But she's got a good constitution, she's a nice type, and we're just letting her learn at her own pace, so hopefully she can just have a nice experience here.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck, along with all the other connections in the race. Good morning, Autumn Charm. Menace has been supported a little bit for Centenary. Good luck. Any help? Terrific catch. Hi again, everyone. The first event. Lovely to see the sun peeking through. Perfect conditions for Andrew Ramsden Day. And on VOP, it's Autumn Charm, the favourite, 60 cents clear of Resonance, and then you're out to Bella Blaze. Now the 13 here, Lady of Power, just with a play with the attendants here, just bouncing around out behind the stalls rightless. 50% of the way in, now goes forwards. Tiger Fox joining the ballot, and Magnus will be the last. Good 4, rail out 4. We're racing at headquarters this afternoon. Here's Magnus.
Right, guys, get your gear last and finish way up.
Just walks forward quietly. A last minute towel down from jockey Craig Williams.
Yep. Get the man back in.
Magnus goes into the field set. 1400 heat 1 of the Taj Rossi series.
Jake, you right?
Starter has the button in hand for the first of March. Away they go. Pretty good line too. Oh, bar for Mayness, who stood there and missed it by 15 lengths. Lady of Power jumped away well. The other Yulong representative to go to the lead. From in second place, Tiger Fox. Centenary Florin is right there. And out deeper on the track is Autumn Charm, who improves its position to 4th with Mongolian Hero deeper. A length and a quarter away in the field, Bella Blaze from yesterday, Resonant, and then came Vertigo. Vollerstein second last. They mustn't be going that hard because catching up at the back of the field was Mayness, but has spent a lot of tickets to get there. So the leader as they reach the 800 metres is Lady of Power as they saunter 3/4 of a length in front. From in second place, Tiger Fox, and then Centenary Florin. Further back is Autumn Charm, who's now behind Mongolian Hero approaching the corner from yesterday and Resident. Next, Ballard Blaze, Vollerstein, and then came Vertigo. And at the tail of the field, Mayness. They run the corner, 400 metres to go. And the leader, Lady of Power, who stacked them up about a length and 3/4, Centenary Florin, who's out of the pack chasing, and they get away about 3 or 4 lengths in front of from yesterday. And then came Vertigo running on. Centenary Florin went to the lead, 200 metres to go. Drew 2 lengths in front. Out of the pack chasing Autumn Charm down the centre though. Centenary Florin stopping Autumn Charm, and then came Vertigo. Autumn Charm at the 50 went to the front from Vertigo.
Nine.
Second, Centenary Florin third then from yesterday. And Gap Vollerstein next to finish the
9,
race was
11,
Lady of Power,
5 and
Ballard Blaze,
7.
Resident. Mayness got past a couple. They were Tiger Fox and Mongolian Hero.
Nick Ryan, a year after winning this with High Vol, who was a listed winner in the Anzac Day Stakes on debut, no less. He brings Autumn Charm, the $220,000 purchase out of last year's English Premier Sale, down the road from Oaklands Junction to Flemington, and she's got a victory under the belt at her second career start. Centenary Florin looked for a fleeting period about 200 from home.
9, 11, 5, 7.
Back-to-back victories together. That wasn't the case. And what about the run of the $2,000 buy in Vertigo? Online shopping at its best. She's placed on debut, and what a placing it was. Well done, Amy.
9, 11, 5, 7. So what happened is the 9 went through. So if we again look through this, then that is that 9. They were getting into that scene. So 9 here. 5 was getting into stress. And here the 11 that came up on top. Okay. 9, 11, 5. And then 7. 7 was a negative leverage, but it went through. That is that. We'll go to the next. Seven and 8 has been scratched. We don't have 7 and 8. Three, 4, 1, 5. We'll quickly take a look at the gate numbers. 3 is gate number 6. 4 is gate number 9. 1 is gate number 12. 5 is gate number 19. This. Okay, this one is a little tricky because there are too many horses in here. That's that part of the story. It's a 2000 meter. See, the 3 is a negative leverage. Okay, that's a negative leverage, which means that this horse is a dicey horse. This is a dicey horse. But what else can work? That 2 is a EW. Let me explain why. So what happened here? Okay, so what happened here was this was a different race and a different scenario. But when we check through that, so these two were on top, okay? But when we look at these two horses, they were firstly Ladat, okay? Then that thing just did not add up here, okay? It was easy. Here it is not easy. Here, if we look through that, so that's where it stands. All of them are drop, okay? So if we look through that channel, those are all drop. Out of this 59, there is a 2, which is the lowest drop, okay? That is the lowest drop. I mean, one of the lowest drops. The 2 is here. Then we have a 55, a 54, and this 56, which is the favorite. So this is a 56, that became 57, and this is a 59 with a low drop, which became 57.5, okay? That's that part of the story. 1 is very wide, but it's a 2000 meter. But the 2 probably is a check. That 2 probably is an EW. From the top, everything is getting on a larger scale. So those are not in the right position. The 3 is good. It is not bad. What is the problem with the 3 is the negative leverage. We'll see how that works. The 2 probably is an EW. That's all that I can figure out from here. Rest, if anything happens, that happens. I don't have a clear go on this, but 2 probably is a check. That is an EW anyway. This is also an EW. This is a higher class. This is a lower class. This one is wide, which is going to be with a very high fix on both sides. So we'll see how that works.
Race. So watch this. Classic Gem. She's still a maiden. She's come up your favourite. Out to $3.90, bringing the best form lines, but you just got to learn how to win. Do you want $3.90? I reckon you'll get $4 where we were earlier. So wait. Brave Dancer, 52.5. The best weighted horse in the race, does have to live. Also needs to see the front at some stage. Lukey Cartwright, I'm sure, knows that. And we'll make sure of that at the top of the straight. 754.60, good money there. Different Gravy's got the ability, but where's he at? Solid around that $6 mark from his opening quote. Put the Lazy come through on the inside. Was a nice result last start. $7 safe. Miwa, there's a little trickle around the stable. We went out to 10 to go back to back into $8. Penestella. Well, it was a nice win last start. Race rated okay. He's got to back it up, but we went up 31s. The punters went, that's too big. 15. Back out to 17. There's a bit more to play out here, and there was a sniff around for Catch the Moon, who was strong over this trip. Up the hill at Mornington last start, will lead and take some catching. Watch that market there for the 11. Bit more to play out. Hold your money, I'd say, and wait till we see him in the mounting yard. You'll win something really small. For very confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
This mounting yard is brought to you by Carbone Lawyers. When things go wrong, get Carbone on the phone.
Trevor Clark handicap is race 2, 2,000 metre 3-year-old contest, heat 2 of 6 of the Mahogany Challenge for the 3-year-olds out over a staying trip. One who's been there already, Hutch, is the one Different Gravy, back from the Port Adelaide Guineas. He jumped out in blinkers at the Heath recently.
Yeah, he's more than capable on his day. It's time to step up this preparation. I've been a little underwhelmed by his 2 runs today, but we know he's good enough.
He definitely is. He's strengthened up a lot this time round, so he might have taken a couple of runs to hit his peak.
To Miwa, is a winner, third up in the spring.
Likely to get back, but that's not going to be an issue today. And 2,000 metres, third run of the prep. Was in the stable with the winner of the first, and certainly in the mix here with an each-way chance with Miwa.
He's lovely and calm, and definitely at his peak in regards to his fitness today.
3 Classic Gems, still a maiden, earns her share of weight with the black type already on her CV.
Oh, I thought her run in the ATCX was excellent. She's back in trip, but she ran well in the Adrian Knox, and I think Dom Sutton does a great job. So for me, she brings a premium form, the one to beat.
As you'd expect, she's a very fit horse. Looking at her here, she has just got the right amount of condition on her. Coat's great for this time of year.
Or Brave Dancer was runner-up to Different Gravy twice during the spring.
Yeah, and his form's been good. I know he's up in grade, but he hit the line with some excellent sectionals last start. He's in the game. He's very competitively weighted.
I really like this horse. I've got a lot of time for him. He looks super here, moving great as he's trotting out there.
Get a line on the chance of the 5 Boutalese through the form of the 4 Brave Dancer.
Boutalese should strip fit a second up as well. An improving gelding, interesting runner.
One that gets a tick for sure. Tongue tie goes on. I just love his calm, relaxed attitude for a horse stepping up in distance.
6 Crazy Town, stepped to 1,600 metres of Pakenham off successive rural wins.
40s to 60s in the market, suffice to say he has to step up.
Yeah, he's pretty busy and on his toes consistently too. There's others that I've got ahead of him today.
7 and 8 are scratched. The 9 Gabor resumed in the Mornington Guineas.
Yeah, it was okay run. Sort of settled back, didn't make a lot of headway, so we'll need to improve a lot off the back of that.
Yeah, it's been really hot and tense the whole time that she's been in the yard too. Would prefer to see her again.
Dropped back in trip for the 10 Lunar Force. 5 weeks since contesting the Galilee Series final.
Yeah, he looked quite dour, so look, he's a nice individual, but I thought a few might be a bit slick here.
Lovely and calm in the yard consistently the whole time. Just a touch tense as he's having a warm-up, but within normal limits.
11 Catch the Moon took care of his maiden at Mornington over this trip.
Could be a pace influence as well. Drawn low, led from start to finish at Mornington. Be trying to do the same here, not the worst.
Quite like him as a horse going forward. Lovely athletic type, definitely looks like this distance range and further is what he wants.
Robbie Griffiths also represented by the 12 Deliberate Poi, who's via the same race as Brave Dancer.
Yeah, I thought there were some excuses. Yes, there's a horse that might be able to bounce back.
Really calm horse too. Great attitude for a stayer, very scopy.
13 Fenestella. Craig Williams goes aboard after its Geelong success.
A nice performance. A little bit fierce early, but this horse has been well supported in the market, delivered the goods at Geelong, so up in class, but definitely progressive.
She looked excellent in the yard. She was a little bit busy, but not too bad. Just keeping an eye on her on the screen then. She seems to be calm enough. I thought she looked super.
Sizable win in a Moe maiden on Anzac Day for the 14. She's got the cash.
Yeah, it's a big price. We just saw 100 to 1 winner interstate off a fair run first up. Well, this filly won and she covered ground in doing so. So I don't know where the ceiling is, but she's a big price.
She's a lovely, big moving filly. I think this track's going to suit her, and the step up in distance looks right up her alley too.
15 Shotaro is 4 weeks between runs. That most recent race was Kilmore 2,000 metre maiden success.
It took him 5 starts to get there. He did it.
We'll see how that works, because the 2 is going to top
Time was okay.
211.
Justify the short weight. He's another one that can roll forward here.
Another horse that's just a little bit quirky in the yard. He's going to get better with more race day experience, but that's not too unlike the breed. They quite often are a little bit hot like this, so I'm not
11,
concerned.
16.
16 Soldier Boy backs up from a placing at Ballarat last Sunday.
Yeah, I liked him at Geelong, and I don't mind him here 2,000 metres with a run that he'd likely to get. So he's still improving. We don't know where the ceiling is. Not the worst at a price.
Particularly fit here. He was one of the fittest looking horses in the yard.
17 Emperor Zoo, another who contested the Port Adelaide Guineas, but subsequent to that, a Pakenham maiden win.
Yeah, there's a lot of horses here that are arriving sort of out of maiden wins. We've got 7 last start winners in the race, and Emperor Zoo's one of them. Impressed there, 2,000 metres he should
Problem
finish.
is these are
Quite a
drops,
smart horse.
and
He
these
was
are very
conservative and
serious
did really well
drops.
in the
I
yard.
don't know
Seems to
if
be still doing that as he's
how
moving
that
up.
is
18
happening.
Good Harmony is
It's
another
an open
rider in
race.
contest won by Parvenu.
But
And I think if you like that race,
if you
like
look at
others from
that,
him, so she does
then
need to improve off that.
I think she definitely does.
Probably
I think it's
it
the
is
tricky sort of race
not
for
a
a lot of
set
even
wet.
horses, but on pedigree and type, she's going to appreciate this distance.
19 Ballistic Romeo already has a pair of Pakenham 2,000 metre runs under the belt.
Yeah, and they dropped back to 1,700. Started a $1.50 favourite. Went forward and won at Sale, but this is much tougher.
It definitely is. I think it's a really tricky race, but nice type of horse out of a Zabeel mare. You know that he's going to get better with more ground.
17 to run, as was the case last year in this race when it was collected by Politely Done for Danny O'Brien and Jordan Childs. Who do you like out of the 3-year-old stayers in the Trevor Clark Hutch?
I'm sticking with the proven form, the Group 1 form of Classic Jam, little tweak with the gear as well. And look, I know she's coming back in trip and she's still a maiden, but she's been competing in very strong races. Brave Dancer done nothing wrong. I think they've both got super chances. Booth Lazy and Different Gravy's interesting for me. I mean, he looked anything, didn't he, during the spring? So let's hope he can bounce back to his best form today.
Yeah, tricky race. I like the top 5 horses in this. You could easily have them in any old order. I can't, because this is my job to tell you which one I think will win. So I'm going to go Brave Dancer on top. But as I said, the top 5 you could have in any order. I'll catch up with his trainer now and I'll see if he thinks that I'm clever by saying that. I'll put him on top, but I think the top 5, you could have them in any sort of order. There's a fair bit of depth up the top, isn't there?
I think there certainly is. Some of the ones with proven form have the weight to go with it, so hopefully we get a bit of an advantage on that, because he's perhaps been a little unlucky in a few of his races. There's a few horses as well coming through that are a bit unexposed. I'd probably be more worried about them, given that they're on the same weight as us prior to the claim.
How's he come through Caulfield?
Really well. He's a little bit verging on being a touch soft mentally, so we're just starting to see him get a little bit nervous pre-race, but still he was paraded beautifully here and he's gone down to the start beautifully, so I'd like to think he's still got plenty left in him.
Good luck, Matt.
Thanks a lot, Amy.
Okay, $4.40 trimming up for Tony. His stable name, that is Brave Dancer.
Adaman, 2,
Classic
4,
Jam.
15.
Got that back out to $4. We're back out to $4 for the favourite. Best backed at the price, Brave Dancer, $7.50, $4.60, $4.40. Hello. Out to $7.50 now, and the name, different gravy. Yeah, he's not hot at all, so but the Lucy is nice and firm. Now, the roughies that you want to think about for your same race multis here are 13, 11, 16. Race 2, number 4 will be your market mover. Get your bets on race 2, punters. You win some, you lose more. For free confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Tom Sutton joined us, classic gem, tackling the triple flight handicap.
I'm not able to understand that 4 actually. The 4 is also showing a drop.
Dom, appreciate your time. How is she?
The 4 is also showing a drop.
Yeah, she seems well.
But
She's,
can it win
up nicely
with that drop?
She's got a little bit wintry in the coat, but she did come back from Sydney where it was a bit warmer, and she
This is a lower drop.
she got back down here. But she presents in good order, and yeah, fingers crossed she can get the job done today.
Was there a bit hinging on the ATC Oaks result for what was going to remain of her time as a 3-year-old?
Yeah, we did originally want to head over to Adelaide, but when they got the rain the last couple of weeks, we decided to stay at home and save her for this race. And look, she's still a maiden, so we're here trying to break that maiden. She's probably one of the better maidens going around at the moment, but yeah, fingers crossed she can get done.
As they load, what's Stacky's approach?
Just ride her where she's comfortable, get her in a rhythm, and hopefully trust her ability.
Maybe lucky number 10. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
All right, there we are. We're starting to load up here for the second. Looking forward to this, and some nice 3-year-olds heading around. Well, through loading, let's go to the best in the business, Matty Hill. Terrific hutch. Nice to start to get these 3-year-olds up around some staying trips, and always nice to see big fields for these types of races as well. 17 again here. As going into the stalls riderless is the 3 Classic Gem. It's contested at the very top brass, the Oaks in both Victoria and also New South Wales. Deliberate Ploy coming forward with Shitaro. Numbers 5 and 15, half a kilo over here. 4 to get set. Fenestella is about to join them, but she's got the cash, Brave Dancer, and also Good Legs. Anything that breeze that was spoken about before the first has increased. Tailwind for them in the home straights. Expect them to pack a bit before the home corner in these races for jockeys looking for cover before the bend. Budalazy goes up with Brave Dancer. And the 3-year-olds are ready for a heat of the Mahogany Series. The Trevor Clark set to run. 2,000, the famous 2,000 metres of Flemington. He went just the lunch a little, away they go. Mira away, okay. Good harmony going back to the end with Budalazy. Beginning well was Catch the Moon to be the initial leader with Emperor Zoo and Fenestella. Settling just behind those, Ballistic Romeo, and then came Soldier Boy, Miwa, Classic Gem. A gap in the field, Crazy Town out wide is pushing up, and then Brave Dancer 3 wide midfield. Shitaro next on the inside. Though followed further back in between horses, Lunar Force, and then Different Gravy, Good Harmony, Gabor. 2 lengths away, she's got the cash, Deliberate Ploy, and at the tail, Budalazy. Up towards the 1,400 metres, Catch the Moon is the leader from Fenestella. Then 2 lengths, Emperor Zoo, who's third one off the fence, Crazy Town around it. And then came Ballistic Romeo. 2 lengths, Soldier Boy, a length Miwa, a half Classic Gem, a length Brave Dancer, 3 wide the trip, then Lunar Force, the centre, keeping it there. Shitaro next the rails, then Different Gravy, Gabor, Good Harmony. She's got the cash, 2 lengths away, Budalazy and Deliberate Ploy. So heading to the halfway marker, 1,000 metres to go. The leader is Catch the Moon by a length of Fenestella. It's been an even speed. Crazy Town 3 wide third. Ballistic Romeo next the winner. Then came Emperor Zoo from Classic Gem 3 wide with cover. Soldier Boy next outside of Miwa. Now they're cluttering up here. Brave Dancer out deeper. Different Gravy went to go 3 and 4 deep. It got held up. Lunar Force next. Then Shitaro. She's got the cash and well back. Gabor, Good Harmony. Budalazy with a lot to do. And then Deliberate Ploy. Fenestella, Catch the Moon together. Coming around the home corner of the 500 metres from Crazy Town, who's ridden up. Emperor Zoo behind those horses. Ballistic Romeo flat to the boards. Then Miwa. Soldier Boy's desperately trying to get a run in limited room. Classic Gem down the outside with Brave Dancer, who's starting to run on, and Budalazy from the back of the field as well. As they reach the 250 metres, Brave Dancer went to the front from Classic Gem, Budalazy, and she's got the catch, comes on hard. Brave Dancer with on the inside Emperor Zoo, a length and a quarter away. She's got the catch, and Budalazy still Brave Dancer. 50 metres to go, staving them off. Brave Dancer
5. 4:14.5.
They were followed next in the field by Classic Gem, Emperor Zoo and Soldier Boy. A Gap Shataro,
4,
followed by
14,
Catch
5
the
and
Moon,
3.
Different Gravy, Good Harmony, Gabor, Lunar Force, Wellback, Deliberate Ploy, Ballistic Romeo, a Long Gap, Stella, and last Miwa Bar 1, Crazy Town.
He's had quite the staying class of 3-year-olds. Matt Kamani at
4, 14, 5 and 3. We'll check what happened. 4. "14 from gate number 18. Four, 14, 5 and 3. That was a huge field. It's like big one. We'll go to the next 3. You scratching 1, 6, 10. 1, 6, 10. It's not there. 11, 14, 15. And 20, all scratched. Two, 4, 3, 5. So this one is uh, twice as tricky. Why? Because this one probably is the all mare, same sex, same age. So now this one is uh, see, I don't know. I mean, honestly speaking, this I have never gotten it right. I've never gotten it right. I mean, not even with the EW places, it doesn't work like that. What happens here is something weird that I don't have an answer to. I don't know how things work. But generally, what happens on a all mare, same sex, same age is a low pressure generally from an inner gate that works. So that's that part of the story. Now, which brings that 16 into a check. Okay. Which brings that 16 into a check. That's a very heavyweight horse, inner gate, low pressure, fantastic form line, but it's a 56. But that's exactly the point. The point is this, that this thing works in a very treacherous way. I don't know how this thing works. We have tried this from multiple angles. It just doesn't work. So I'm not going to get into it, and I will not. I don't have a say in this. I don't know this. Basically, every time we tried to play a all male, same sex, same age, it backfired so badly that I don't have the nerves to go with it. But that 16 matches the profile. Why? Because it generally is something that is a low pressure from an inner gate. That is something that works in Victoria. All right. So in Victoria, the thing is, when it is all mare, all mares and same sex, same age, then it's best to stay out. Gatekeeper 11 did all the work. 11 did all the work. Yes, it did. And that's why it did. Why it did? Because it had that thing called hope. It had that thing called hope by this guy. Okay, that I might get through, because it's a 59 with a torque, and I might get through, but that did not happen. What happened is it got knocked out by this one. What I am not sure is this, that whether it played a set weight, which I am. It is not a set weight. It is a handicap, but that played. I mean, even with the drop, which is okay, a drop is a drop, but that went through. The 6 was getting into stress. 5 was from gate number 19. And the 14 was also gate number 18, but it just worked. The 3 was a negative leverage. This is a problem. When you have a negative leverage, that means there's something not right with this horse. Every time negative leverage is a bad thing. Yeah, I mean, we have gone into so much of detailing that even I lost the track. And I kind of I can give you an overall idea that this is a bad thing. Whenever it is a negative leverage, that's a bad thing. That's exactly why I did not want to go with this. I wanted to go with something reasonable, which was 2, but that did not happen. because there the leverage was also low. And this one is 60 went through. This one was getting into trouble. This one was also there, but somehow just that did not work. The 16 on 16 that did not work. Some of them are genuine, some of them are not. How they're playing up and down, that's something that I don't know. So, I mean, we're just watching one side of the story. Here, the 2 is the favorite, which is okay, but there are plenty of other horses to talk to. I don't know why the 8 will not win. Okay, this is a 2.5 chase. This is a 2 drop. Okay, so this is definitely good, but that's getting into negative. So probably a bad idea. This one is on a 57. That's 2, that's 2. Here it is 3, here it is 3.5. Maybe 4 is a lower one. So that's that part of the story, which may get through. And but generally this thing works very widely, and the 16 is a no drop, no gain. So this is not chasing, this is not a drop. The fix is optimal and all that is good, but I'm going to be out on this one. I don't know this thing backfires so badly. I lost count on this. That 3 probably is a place. That 3 probably is a place. It will get a place. It will not win, but it might get a place because it's higher up here. On this one, if that 19 wins, then we seriously have to think twice on what's going on. If the 19 wins, because that's a drop. That's a drop. This is good. If we look at the first one, this is good, but the drop scene has to be managed. Okay. This cannot be lower, which happened there. It is lower. That's that. But 3 probably is a place. 3 should get a place. The 5. This is 7.5, 3.5, 52, 17. 17, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1.5. More than that, this is 3.5, which becomes 18. Okay, 3.5, 7.5, 3.5, 52, 56.5 is 18. This is where the 16 comes in. That's 7.5 steps up. We'll see how that works. Basically, that it doesn't make sense through that, and it doesn't make sense through that either. PC, welcome back, PC. Go on.
Don't move.
Gilladora, the 1 is a scratching 2, lovely cut, put in a lovely run, just defeated by Kappa 39 on Anzac Day.
I think a repeat of that, if not a touch of improvement, should be hard to beat here. It was a nice performance. Cinder Blade come out of that race. It looks the right form reference, and she'll just need an ounce of luck from that barrier, but if she gets the right run, I think she can win.
Now, she moves terribly behind this mare, but that's very typical for her. Her condition is excellent here. Her coat's beautiful and rich. She's got dapples over her hindquarters. So considering that's her normal movement, I'm happy with how she is.
3 Zappo, she was just bloused by Cuisine up the inside at Bendigo.
That she was. Look, I think she had a chance. I mean, the way the race was run, she sectionals were probably favourable, but she's tough. She makes her own luck. She could probably roll forward from that gate, and once again, she'll be there for a long way.
She looks great. I reckon it's nearly as good as I've seen her all preparation. She's hanging on to a beautiful coat. She's definitely at her peak now with her fitness. She looks 10 out of 10.
Former Dyer, 2 weeks shy of her the year since her last victory. That was only 5 runs ago. The most recent start fresh on Anzac Day was also admirable, and the talk is she's worked impressively here this week.
Yeah, and she needs to find something, because I thought against Lovely Cut, who was second up and she was resuming, there was still a bit of a gap there, and I think that Medaya had a chance, so perhaps that's the case. It's only a 9th career start, so if she's improved a couple of lengths off that, she'll have to go very close.
I've always found her to be a very unassuming type of mare from a parade point of view. So what I'm seeing here is very typical for her. She never carries much excess condition. She's come to hand pretty quick.
Border crossing for the 5 Swifty Harriet after contesting a couple of Group 3s at home.
Her effort in the Proudness wasn't too bad. You know, she got back. I think once again the race shape didn't suit, but her last 200 was pretty good. So this is an easier assignment in some respects.
She looks good. She can be really hot when the jockey gets on board race day, but she's been an angel the whole time that she's been in the yard today. Looks similar to how I saw her over in South Australia.
6 out, 7 Mystic Wonders, another across from SA, and back in trip after running in the Queen of the South.
Deep enough into the prep, a pass mark. Once again, back down to a benchmark race following a midfield finish behind Silicap in the Queen of the South. Reads pretty well.
Yeah, she's a lovely fit horse. She's always very relaxed from what I've seen of her on race day too, so today's no different.
8 Coco Jen is back in trip after kicking off over 1,600 metres on Mornington Cup Day.
I was a bit underwhelmed by that performance, because she'd been so good at nearly every start she went around with prior, so maybe she needed it as a slightly older mare, I'm not sure, but she will need to improve off that effort at her home track.
I think she definitely presents bigger and chunkier than what she has done in previous preparations. She's always been a lovely type, so I do feel like she's tightened up from that first up run.
3rd up run for the 9 Jazz Affair.
3rd run in, the Cup at 39 form, and like I thought it was a reasonable run from her. She gets another crack at it here. I think she does need to lift the market. Bit of support for her. She's 15 into 12, so if you're thinking she's got a good chance, Craig Williams is positive.
Can't fault what I'm seeing. Her coat's in good order. She's lovely and healthy. Her attitude's good, so hopefully she can run up to her best.
10 and 11 are out. 12 Kadeem makes its 3rd visit to Flemington. Back to it with a win at Seymour.
Might be a little bit of value. I thought the Seymour performance was solid, and ended last campaign in pretty good form on wet tracks as well. So better ground here. That could be the little knock.
You can never underestimate how much confidence they can take out of a win, just dropping them back in grade like that. She's always been a lovely type of mare. I think that she looks in exceptional health here.
Luke Nolan back aboard 13 Kirribilli from the wide draw, resumed at Lakeside.
Progressive mare. The positive is she won 2nd up last preparation following a pretty ordinary resuming run, so that might be a factor here.
Blinkers on too. I think they'd be hoping for an improved performance. I did see she's entered in an upcoming broodmare sale next week up at the Gold Coast too, so hopefully she can run a blinder and save herself from being retired.
14 and 15 are out. 16 Claymore Mine was beaten a tick over a length in the Gold Bracelet at Bendigo.
You'd love to own her. She's so consistent. I don't think there are any excuses in the Gold Bracelet, but she ran her race and she'll do the same again today. She won't be far away.
She's moving great. I think she's been turned out in really good order, and hopefully she'll run up to expectation.
17 Gellhorn goes back to 1,400 metres and gets the claim of the informed Molly Burke.
50 to 1. It's a harder assignment here. Been held in easier races, so I won't be with.
Yeah, there's probably others that I've got ahead of her, but that's no knock on what I'm seeing. There's nothing to dislike about her parade.
18 This Time Girl, another who contested the Gold Bracelet and has Grand Prix CEO Travis Auld, who's on track in the ownership.
Got some big names here today, Nudge, don't we? All around. This Time Girl needs to improve. I thought her effort last time, which followed a series of sort of pass mark runs, just left a bit to be desired, and there's not really any major market sport. I think she's short enough at $17.
She looks very quirky mentally, this mare, and was just beautifully handled by our clerk of the course, Geordie. Then you could see she half wanted to rear up and do something silly, but that was expertly handled just there.
19 Nana returns. She ran in the 2,000 metre 3-year-old handicap this day last year.
It goes well fresh, but I think at this level she'll probably come on for the run, and one that I'm happy to have a look at.
Yeah, me too. I do think that she's got a nice base of fitness there, but she'll definitely tighten up after today.
You can see the aforementioned Travis Auld just adjacent to the second sign in the mounting yard there. He'll be hoping to be one spot over with This Time Girl. Now, speaking of big names at Flemington, Clint Hutchison, your selections.
Oh. a lot bigger names than me here, Nige. Look, I think Lovely Cuts. I'm actually surprised it's in a little shorter. I think it's the right form, Medea and Lovely Cut. I could entertain either one of those quite strongly. I think the rest have got a bit to find. Zappo will go forward, can run well. Kadeem, well, the Seymour run was really good, but I'm just need to see it on better ground today. 2, 4, 3, and 12. I think Reece Goodwood's got a great chance here. Lovely Cut.
I see them similar to you, Hutch, but just a little bit different. I'm with Zappa on top. 10 out of 10 parade from where I was standing. I thought she looked fantastic. I think it's probably as good as I've seen her all prep, to be fair. I'm going to catch up with Simon Zara. He can tell me if I'm right or wrong. What do you reckon? I think it's as good as I've seen it.
Yeah, look, I was sort of contemplating scratching her run in Saturday and just come off the track this morning bouncing and had a good look at her yesterday afternoon. It sort of gave me no reason to sort of, postpone today and go to next Saturday. So, yeah, we just wrapped with her and she's really handling her racing, this preparation, which is, sign of maturity.
Is she a nice horse to train at home, Simon?
Yeah, she's better here than she's race day. She can get herself, a bit worked up in mid-race. So, sort of opted to come here. She relaxes here. It's, always go a little bit quicker here. I think that's going to suit her a bit. So, hoping to get a little bit of cover today behind the leader, but if not, he might be outside the leader.
Okay, so definitely still just going to hold that spot for the wide gate?
Yeah, definitely. She always jumps good, puts herself there. But if they run along, just tell Ryan and use his noodle a bit and don't overthink it. And, he gets on really well with it. And that's probably a bit of a key. You change riders with her. She can, she can fly her own brain. So hopefully Ryan's got the key.
Use your noodle. I like it. Good luck.
No worries. Thank you.
Zappo trims up nicely there for Simon Zara. Good interview, Amy. Love the Sunnies too, Simon. Very nice. Let's have a look at Lovely Cut holding on to favouritism. But the drift, $3.30 out to $3.50 punters if you like the cut. Now, Medea, she's the best backed late in markets. $5 dropped into $3.90. Now sneaking out to $4 as I talk. And Zappo's the one that's trimmed up on the top two. Between those three, so says the market. Now, your blowouts for your same race multi at 9. Jazz Affair. This time, girl, the 18. And there's a trim up for Kadeem, the 12. So if you're playing your same race multis, 9, 18 and 12, check them out. Medea, Lovely Cut, Zappo. It's best ride wins this. That's what the market's saying. Get your bets on. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 or visit the website.
Lovely Cut looking to go one better than Anzac Day. Trainer Reece Goodwin joins us ahead of the Sir Eugene Gorman Handicap. Pretty happy that this race has come up as the third, and we've seen the previous two winning jockeys return with more than a little bit of Flemington dirt on their silks.
Yeah, I was very pleased when I walked out there before the first night, and then I wanted to see how much the horses actually got into it, and had a look, and I was pleasantly surprised because it certainly got more given it than when we were in the last at Anzac Day 3 weeks ago. So perfect conditions for her. Nice draw. She gets in well with the claim. She's rock hard fit third up. Same recipe for winning success last prep. So fingers crossed she gets a good run in transit. She'll be hard to hold out.
You see it much differently to the task that was in front of her and Luke on Anzac Day?
No, not really. She if she begins well, which she generally does, we'll look to roll forward, and obviously 1-1 would be the perfect scenario, which she got the other day. Obviously the winner was able to sit outside us and just got the jump on us on the straight, but it was a pretty slowly run race. They ran slick last 600, so that was why she was caught like that. So look, a bit more of a rolling gallop would probably suit her well. A good blend into the race, get her in the middle of the track, and let her do her thing. From
senior riders to booming apprentice in Luke Cartwright, you're just looking for every possible advantage you can.
Yes, look, the handicappers give her a point for that second, and obviously coming to filly the mare's grade, meant she didn't get that 2 kilo allowance. So when you looked at the form, she was going up 2.5 kilos. So we just thought we'd try and be smart about it and take the 1.5 kilo with Luke. I think he rides every bit as most of these seniors now. He's got a great race brain. He looks tremendous on them, and hopefully we can have some more success together.
Hopefully that's the case here. Good luck.
Cheers, nice, thanks.
Yeah, it's hopefully he can. He's doing a great job with a small team, and talking of the little purchases that he makes, he's started from the ground up. Reece, he's done a really good job, hasn't he? With, probably horses that getting paid for that have done the job. This is a horse that's from the get-go been pretty good.
Yeah, this horse in particular, I can't remember the purchase price he paid for her, but she was really cheap online as well. I'm pretty sure from him looking up during the race. But no, he's doing a great job, Reece. Him and his partner Maddie, they work hard and getting great results. So good luck to them. You don't feel great to anyone. You wish everyone well that's working hard and doing it all on their own. So good luck.
Yeah, I love stories like that. It's we need more of them. People in and realise we certainly can do it. As you did, others know further go. Well through learning it. Here's Madigan. Jazz Affair going into the stalls. Hutch noticed he picked up on that little nibble for Jazz Affair. $15 into 12, back to 13. Was held up in the straight here the other day, and the race won by Kappa 39. Finished the race off okay. Swifty Harriet going into the gates. Lovely cut with the barrier blanket about to join them. This time, Girl, Kadeem, Mystic Wonder, Kirribilli and Nana are going to be the final five, as this time Girl takes up its position. Nana next one along. Giant McNeil drawn out past the middle. Mystic Wonder was coming off for that run in the Queen of the South. Given the visitors draw here out wide, very tricky at the 1400. Kirribilli and Kadeem are going to be the final two. Here's Kadeem. Wood taken off. Nice and alert with the ears pricked going in. So the tote favourite with a pretty open market is the two. Lovely cut. Kirribilli goes in, field centre up. Third event of the day, moving out wide. The starter has them ready and they're racing at the 1400 metres at a beautiful line two, drifting out towards the end. Kirribilli, Claymore Mine jumped away well with Swifty Harriet. Sarpo's right there on the premises as well. Showing speed in between horses is Lovely Cut, and out deeper on the track also pushing up is Mystic Wonder, and Gellhorn's in that clump too. So it's Zarpo just in front of Gellhorn. Lovely Cut got the trail. Mystic Wonder's trying to find a position. Coco Jen next the fence from Swifty Harriet. They were followed by Jazz Affair and Claymore Mine at the 850, and back in the field Medea. Then came Kadeem, Kirribilli, this time Girl and Nana. 800 metres to go. The front runner Zarpo held the front on the inside of Gellhorn and stacked them up from Mystic Wonder, third, three wide. A length away in the field, Jazz Affair, no luck out wider. It's four deep, and then came Lovely Cut, Coco Gem and Swifty Harriet. Further back, Kadeem, Medea midfield, Claymore Mine, this time Girl, Nana well back, and Kirribilli. In the running, 400 metres to go. Zarpo and Gellhorn with Mystic Wonder. Jazz Affair made a line of four. Coco Jen back along the inside. They were followed by Lovely Cut, who's trying desperately to extricate through. Nana runs on, Kadeem down the outer. Zarpo, 200 metres to go from Coco Jen. There's a real wall out wide. Kadeem and Medea come on, and Nana over on the far side with Claymore Mine. There's 100 chances. Claymore Mine and Nana together with Kadeem the outside. And Medea,
12, I think.
Kadeem and Nana are fitted together. Kadeem and Nana,
12.
Medea, and further back Swifty Harriet. Claymore Mine got swamped. Then Coco Jen, next to finish Zarpo, in company then with Mystic Wonder, Kirribilli, Lovely Cut. Not sure how much room it had in the straight, and then Jazz Affair, this time Girl and Gellhorn. Looking at it, photo finish, and it looks as though it's Nana by a nose.
19.
Nana from Kadeem, and then Medea, and then Swifty Harriet. We'll stand by for those numbers to become official.
Nana's going to get it. 31 out to 41 VOP. Hutch, we've got a night race sample today, but I said at some stage we're going to see a wide result, and it's the case. And it's the Chris Waller mare for Giant McNeil, though, combined with Zaria later on in the Lexus Andrew Ramsden. She was first up today. As mentioned, she ran in the 2,000 metre 3-year-old handicap as a $4.80 chance at this program last year. Well, she's gone around
19, 12, 4 and 5. We'll see what's going on where. Can you believe that? 19. Twelve. Four and 5. 19. Go to the next. It never plays right. But we will see. Four. 2, 10, 11 all scratched. 7, 5, 9, 6. So this one is a 3-year-old open race. Now, again, I don't know if that 12 will knock things out or not. I don't know. If that 12 knocks it out, then there's something seriously wrong with Flemington today. So that's a drop, okay? That's the highest drop. And this one is getting into trouble, the 3. But probably it'll get through. Probably it'll get through in some form or way. So that's that part of the story. Okay, it'll get through with something. I think it is. I think it is 6. This is a 57. This is the favorite is a 56.5, which is getting into negative. Both of them have the same drops. Okay, but the management is here, which probably I kind of like. So the 7 is dicey. The 7 will get there in a form, but how we will see that. But I think 6 has an upper hand. I think 6 has an upper hand. And that 3 probably is going to be there as well in some form or the way. These two are the highest. But how will that also work is question 491. The position is like that. So yeah, so that's where it is. 5650, 539. Those are all possibilities because they're all getting into negatives, but there's a 58, 59, 42, 35, 54. 3 still is good. We'll see how that works, but I think 6 has an upper hand. This one is getting into negative. This is a 56.5, which is set to be a linear. The highest load value on this is getting into negative. Okay. They have the same drop. They have the same drop. 8 is a large drop. These two are lower drops, but at the same time, this thing also drops. So we'll keep an eye on the odds are right, but this is getting into negative. The 6 probably has an upper hand. 6 probably has an upper hand. That 3 probably will get there, but how is what we will figure out. 1, 7, 56, 59, 5, 3, 2, 3. This 7 probably will knock down. We spoke about 19, did we? Yeah, that 19 was on the top. The 19 was on the top here. The 19 was here. If this thing repeats again, if this thing repeats again, that the 12 wins, which should not be the thing. But 3 probably has some chances, which is probably going to be there in some form. So we'll see how that works. But I think 6 has upper hand as of now. The 7 is negative. 5 is a 57 with a lower drop, but this thing drops as well. This is 3.53, and this is on the lower side, on the position side. So that's here, and from the position that's 9. 6 is on the lower side. 6 is here. So probably 6, maybe. I like 6 more than the 7 because of obvious reasons. This is getting into negative. This is not. This is a 57.5 with a drop. This is a 56.5 with a drop. No, it's not a dead heat. That was 19 clear shot. Gate. I'm going to be back from the I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
Connie off a 7-length win, bouncing off a bench of a maiden that rated through the roof. And I can tell you now, they have launched this. The pros all just snapped up to $1.60 straight away. Bang, soon as markets opened. And we've had some decent bets too at the shorts. Into $1.35 if you don't mind umpire. We touched $1.28 at one stage. She's there to win, punters. Race 4, number 7, Concord Connie could be something special. Outside of the market, you're betting $10 a field. Sulek was able to work home beautifully at Bendigo last start. Look at the green arrows. Everyone's gun shy. Nobody's tippity-tapping the yapping here because Concord Connie has been smashed. Well, we're going to sit back and watch this race with a bit of fun. You win some, you lose more. Free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
This mounting yard is brought to you by The Verdict, Monday to Friday. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Is the KA Morrison Handicap at 1,400 metres. Horse 1 is Flying Done, and what a terrific job Matt Williams did with his son of Kermadec over the summer, Hutch, culminating in a win here in early January.
Yeah, some high rating performances from this galloper who usually takes a run to sort of come on for it. And that might be the case again today, over 1,400 fresh up. But he's a horse with some serious ability, so I'm sure he could run a lot better than his price suggests.
He strengthened up really nicely too. I think that this horse is just going to continue to get better with time. Looks like he's in really good order. His coat's a bit long, but it's particularly healthy, so he should be in for a nice prep.
2 out, 5 weeks between runs for the 3 Humble Trader, who resumed with a victory at Pakenham.
Yeah, good performance from this lightly raced gelding. And, rallied very stylishly, I thought, beating the Jaran, so no fluke there. Getting a price today. It's a harder race, but won't be disgraced.
I've always really liked this horse. I think he looks sensational here too. It couldn't look any better than that. He's a little bit of a hot horse. He can be busy, but that's the breed as well. So he's actually relaxed more the longer that he's been in the yard.
Greggy Royal winning this race with Euphoric 3 years ago. 4 is Our Chief, who resumes. Last seen in the Autumn Classic behind Matt Kamani's talented 3-year-old stayer in single choice.
Yeah, it was... look, I liked his work leading in. He's a really nice progressive son of Tagaloa, this guy, and I thought that he could run a bit of a race at a price here. There's a spec for him, 26 to 21. It's fresh up. He'll have some other targets and be better over further, but he's a nice horse going forward.
He's pretty forward in condition today, probably more so than what I was anticipating, to be fair. Might be holding on to that really good residual fitness too. He mustn't have had too much of a freshen, but lovely calm horse, so I like him.
It's the runner-up to Flying Done here. Second up in January. 5 is Sulek onto firmer ground. It was a good run in the Bendigo Guineas.
Yeah, it was. It was a really good run. It was an eye catcher. It was sort of like, okay, where are they going next with this this boy? He only got beat half a length. He's sort of a long way back. He can be close. He's normally a horse that does take a position, and they've been afforded a better draw here. So he's certainly, look, Concord Connie's the talking point, will be extremely hard to beat, but this is the horse that could probably fill that exacta position quite comfortably.
He's moving great, this horse. He definitely gets a tick from the yard. From where I'm standing anyway, he's always had a pretty nice attitude on race days, hit his peak now in regards to his fitness. He should be giving her a shake.
Second visit to Victoria for Virtual Illusion, the 6. He wasn't beaten that far in the Redelva or Tobin Bronze.
No, consistent sort of gelding. He's going along pretty well. 1,400 is a new trip for him. I think he may be suited by it. We'll have to wait and see, but Craig Williams a good booking for the Jolly team.
Zeus can get a horse that gets over a bit further. He's such a good doer, this horse. The travel over has done him no harm at all. He could actually even tighten up a bit after today, but I'll take on trust that's just his shape.
7 is Concord Connie, resumed with a 2-length victory at home. It'd be looned to 6 here, Hutch, on Anzac Day, and she was just 0.32 outside the class record.
I haven't seen many more impressive victories here. I know it was a benchmark 70, but it was so much more than that. Unbelievably good time. Sectionals fantastic visually. couldn't have been any more impressive. So she turns up in that form, should be winning this.
Well, I was over in South Australia on Anzac Day, so I didn't get to see her in the flesh. So I wasn't sure what to expect, but she looks fantastic here today. Lovely attitude. She's nice and calm. She's still got dapples over her hindquarters there, so she's in particular healthy shape. I can't fault what I'm saying.
O'Brien stable also have the 8 Lucky Boom, who, like stablemate Our Chief, was last seen in the Autumn Classic at Caulfield.
Yeah, it's a nice kick-off point for the O'Brien pair, and a very similar sort of horse, really nice progressive type. Will get over a bit of ground, and horse at 1/3 up last time in, got the maiden out of the way, and I think 1400 today will. It's a better kick-off point distance-wise, but he'll be better over further as well.
He's got a really good grounding behind him too. I like it when the saddle blankets flick up like that. You can see the nice coverage over his ribs, and he's done a fair bit of work for the first up assignment.
9, the Volta, beaten 2 lengths in the Bendigo Guineas, was beaten 1 3/4 to Sassapeel this track at distance in mid-January.
It's giving him a good chance, or her a good chance, I should say, in that race, Bendigo Guineas, and I suppose I was a bit critical on the day. I mean, she was far from disgraced. She looks amazing on screen, and third run in and 6 to 1400. I think she can certainly hit the frame.
She looks excellent. One of the better parades in the whole yard, to be fair. Her coat's in immaculate condition, just a little bit jammy as the jock's gone on board there, but well within normal limits. I think she presents well.
10 and 11 scratchings. 12 Hulkster. Logan Bates sticks after the Pakenham maiden win first up at the start of the month.
Yeah, good win fresh up, but this is a lot tougher race, and I think in terms of ratings, that's a bit defined.
Looks like a horse that keeps himself naturally very fit. He's definitely at his peak here.
13 Mutaba is 4 weeks off and a Chuka win at its second career start.
Time was nothing special. Probably got the right run on the day and won an Chuka maiden starting at $19. So look, it's early days. I'm not saying he won't go on with it, but he'll need to improve a lot off that.
Nothing wrong with what I'm seeing. He's in healthy order. He's nice and fit. Attitude's been great. Coat's healthy, so should be running up to expectation.
Second of the Euro runners, 14 Materazzi, resumed with a placing in a Pakenham Class 1.
Yeah, $81 in the market. Looks the right price. Another nice progressive individual, but this is a sterner test today.
We did say it could be the day that outsiders get up. You never know. The horse has been turned out super.
Zurain, Riverina Power, Euphoric is mentioned, and Jimmy the Bear winning the K.A. Morrison on this day over the last few years. A heat of the Silver Bowl series for the 3-year-olds. Hutch, your numbers, please, as they try and find a way to find some sort of chink in the Concord Connie armour.
Let's hope there isn't one. And yeah, we've had a long price winner of the day, Nostradamus Nigel, so no more of those, please. $1.30 Concord Connie, up to you. But I'm really excited to see what she can do. Sulik looks a great chance to figure along with the Volta. Archie will have a good prep, I'm sure, probably have a bit further. But let's hope she can let down like she did last time. If she does, we'll be in to see something very special, Amy.
Yeah, well, I want her to win too for our good friend in Charlotte. I'm with Concord Connie. I don't see it as a race in one from the yard. There's a number of horses that looked really good, but based on what she did last time, you'd have to think in the way that she's turned out here, she's got to be the one to beat, doesn't she? So I've got no reason to go against her. Of the rest, if you're looking for a little bit more value, horses that I thought looked really well were Humble Trader. I've got a lot of time for this horse. I think he's a really nice horse in the making. The Volta was turned out beautifully, and so was Flying Done. I think he's going to be in for a nice prep. Catch up with John Maloney. You have got the Volta. She looks super in the yard. You've got to be happy with the way she presents.
Yeah, she's really healthy, and obviously she ran pretty good the other day, so I just think she might improve a little bit off that run. So he's hoping she can and get herself in the finish.
How's she come through that run?
Yeah, she didn't turn her hair. She's a bright thing. She's got a bit of character, and she doesn't worry about too much. So probably the first time she's been on a road trip like that to get her used to things. So it didn't hurt her, and she come home well. So yeah, she's come through good.
How would you like things to work out today, John?
I like them to go really fast, and we just take our medicine where we land, and that we can make the ground up coming home if that can work.
In regards to her scope, how far do you think she can step out over in the future?
Yeah, well, Jack Noonan's always said a mile, so that seems to be on her radar that she could go to a mile. But what do we add to a 12, about a 14? We stick with a 14 to see what she can do today, and if she runs through the line, there might be a mile race that she can run. But so I'm happy where we're at the moment.
How's Here Comes the Star?
She's terrific. She ran great first up, so I'm really happy with her. She's obviously running in a good race, a straight 6 handicap listed company, but no, well, she's here to run well.
She's a lovely mare. Good luck with both of them.
Thanks, man. Thanks, man.
Charlotte Littlefield joins us to discuss the chances of Concord Connie, who looks to build on her stunning display, to be frank, here on Anzac Day. Charlotte, how have you been caring for her in the past few weeks?
Oh, she's a lovely horse to deal with, so it makes it very easy for me. She hasn't been a hassle at all. She's very professional. She's certainly got her quirks, and she's still, as I've always said, along quite fragile. She's still very immature, so she's certainly going to improve off of today again, and which is a little bit scary. Hopefully, it is as good as she went last time, but I just think she's going to be a more rounded horse come springtime as well. So. Look, she's done everything right. I can't fault her. I've had a couple of sleepless nights, but look, it's what we do this for, isn't it? Hopefully get a horse that's got ability, and I just hope she puts forward showing in today.
What's Jed's view on how he wants to tackle things?
He's going to keep it quite uncomplicated. He has drawn slightly better this time, so he's going to let her jump, and if there is a position he can take just a little bit more forward, he will. Otherwise, he's just going to take that 3 wide with cover, ride it back, and just finish off like hopefully she did last time.
Fingers crossed. Good luck.
Thanks, Nige.
All you can do is prepare him and get him for the races to the best of your ability, Charlotte. All the best to you, Julesy there. $1.30, one-way traffic. Nothing else really happening here, punters. Bit of specking for flying done. If you're looking for your same race multis, have a crack at a same race multi here because you're $10 outside of the favourite. No more to say. Race 4, number 7, your market mover. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
All the talk will Amy be about Concord Connie, and she certainly looks in really good order.
She does. I feel sorry for Charlotte at the moment. She'd be that nervous. Like you're trying to play it cool, but there's so much expectation and hype on this horse in particular. You got to feel it. You know, like it's, you just want her to go out there and try and who knows if she can repeat that performance because it was so extraordinary the other day. But if, as long as she can run well and disappoint, I think that would be the main aim here for Charlotte. I think she'll be a lot more relieved after those races running well anyway.
Definitely. I think, you know, the game plan, it's basically same game, isn't it? I mean, you go out and see a horse do that, and conditions are remarkably similar to the last time I was here. Flemington, turn over the direction, the wind, state of the track. So I'd imagine that'll give them a little bit of confidence, like, you know what, let's rinse and repeat.
Not a bad barrier either, too, as a punchy barrier 7.
I think they'd be delighted. I think if they chose a barrier, it'd be...
The 7 is good, but it is also going negative. Dows, welcome back, Dows.
You want to be in the running line.
Yeah.
Also, that you don't want to be drawn inside.
Bottled up and no luck.
Week of transition for Charlotte and Jules and the team with the announcement that she's bulletproof, who was mighty in an Oakley plate and took a gun sprinter in Jimmy Star, who's chasing more Group 1 success in the Doom at 10,000 later on this afternoon to deny it. But it's effectively the mare has put the stable on the map in many respects, and since then, think about
the 149.
Been able to produce a training operation in the last 18 to 24 months.
They've done a wonderful job, especially with She's Bulletproof. She handled her so well with Jules and Charlotte both in the whole way through. What a mighty mare she's been to actually become a form today.
I don't know about that.
You know, multiple group
But maybe 3
by
is...
such an unfair margin for her.
Maybe 3 is the position. I don't know. Let's see. These are difficult ones that we are facing.
Yet to see if Concord Connie can take another step forward to be the heir apparent. They're big shoes to fill.
Gate 8.
She's bulletproof, but exciting to see what Concord Connie can do here. But there's a bit of depth to this K.A. Morrison handicap, especially those returning. He's back.
Yes, looking forward to this, Nigel, after that demolition from Concord Connie on Anzac Day. It's Matarazzi getting a last-minute towel down, flying done. Coming forward, so 3 to get set. Lucky Booms, jockey here, number 8, Geordie Child with a red distinguishing cap with our chief in this
PC5.
So Lucky Boom going into the stalls. Our chief will be the last of the K.A. Morrison handicap at 1,400 metres. Heat of the Silver Bowl Series. Heat number 1, in fact. Ready at the 1,400. Crashing going off the middle, set to go, and away they go. Beautiful line. The Volta goes back to a clear last. Lucky Boom to the front with Flying Dun, Humble Trader. Virtual Illusion got to 4th on the fence, and then Concord Connie. 3/4 of a length to Sulek and Holster, followed by Mutabara, Materazzi, the vaulter, and our chief at the end. Flying Done is the leader after the first 400 metres of the race by a length and a quarter. Lucky Boom, 2.5 Virtual Illusion, Humble Trader, 2 lengths Concord Connie in a lovely place, 5th off the rails and would spot the speed about 5. Sulek next the inside, and then came Holtz to the vaulter. Next Mutabara, Materazzi, and our chief at the 800. Flying Done the leader by a length, Lucky Boom. 2 lengths Virtual Illusion, 3rd on the rails, and then Humble Trader, tracked all the while by the odds-on favourite Concord Connie. Sulek next the inside, Hogs to 3 wide, then the Volta, Materazzi, Mutabara, and our chief around the turn. Flying Done just marginally off the rails, 500 metres to go, shook up by a length and a quarter. Lucky Boom, Virtual Illusion, Humble Trader, Concord Connie, brought towards the middle of the course, and then Sulek and the Volta. So it's Flying Done with 250 metres to go, hard at it by a length. Here comes Concord Connie now, unleashing down the centre of the track, and then Virtual Illusion. Concord Connie nurse to the front from Stanley. 100 metres to go, crawls on about a length and a half in front, and Concord Connie 2 good. Flying Done second, the Volta for third. Photo for fourth, Lucky Boom and Virtual Illusion.
7.
Sulek, Mutabara, well back in the field. Our chief, Humble Trader, Hogstad,
719.
Well, it went from the gentle art of persuasion to the lack thereof for Jet Stanley, because the whip was gonzo 250 metres from home, but it matters little because Charlotte Littlefield is walking on sunshine with Concord Connie. It wasn't the 6th length demolition job nor the time, but the circumstances and the ease of it are there for all to see. She's beaten a better field today too. 719, a photo to confirm 4th. Concord Connie cleared for takeoff, Hutch.
Yeah, very much so. Jet might come and say, threw it away, didn't need it. But not ideal. Not ideal, but she was far too good. She travelled beautifully. In fairness, Jet gave her a nice...
719. The 4th is not there yet. Seven 1-9. That happened. Okay. We go to the next 5. Ten and 15 has been scratched. We don't have 10 and 15. 16, 9, 7, and 12. That's the right odd. That's the right odd. Okay. So what is happening is it is basically the gate numbers which are interacting. Now, if we look at, so these are the thing. So they have that which is right, but this will not win. They will not win. Where it gets a little interesting is with the 2. It's the same thing as 1. Okay, is the same thing as the 1. So if we look at from the top, this becomes the lowest drop or the challenger. Here, when we look at that, then we get these 2 horses up here. This is from gate number 17. This is from gate number 2. The 3 is losing body weight, so that's not doing well. So that probably is not the thing. But the 2 is in the middle. Okay, so the 2 probably is there in the game. But if we look at that, that's 2.5 and this is a drop of 2. In between, we have these 2 horses, which are there. Okay. But that's one way of looking at it. But it'll go further down. So if seven, so plus 9. 9 probably is in the 3rd position. That is 2 on a 54 with negative. But more than that, that 7 is the 14 is the question, which is this is 2, this is 2.5, this is a drop, this is a 3.5. This is something which is here, the 14. So what I'm thinking is the odds are right. It is not wrong. Where it'll matter is probably the form line. That's where it'll matter. Now, out of this 256, this is getting negative, this is here. So that's I have fixed now. The fix will be here. So the 2 is that. And the 14 out here. So here also that happened. Okay, the 9 went through. The 9 went through. If we look at that, so here was 7, but the 1 came in between, which was talking to this. Okay, the 9 came in between, which was talking to the 1 with a higher pressure came in, which was talking to this. This was a 58.5, this is a 55. Here, the 2 stands there, okay? This is a 57. And then these are all 54s. So out of the 54s, this is the 1, the 7, 14, which is here. The 2 is a 57 with a fix. This one has a more more than the 9. The 14 has a better chance. We'll see how that works. And the 2 probably is there. Now the 2 is not a high pressure, it is not a low pressure, it is something in between. The 16, on the contrary, is a low pressure. So where will it go out of the box? So in that case, this will be spoken to this. The 8, low pressure. 16, if the 16 wins. So 54, this is 1. Again, it boils down to that low pressure, but that will not happen. I think it is going to be here. 3.5, this drops down. 6, 3. 3.557. This is not 8. 12. This is 12. If that wins, will that wins? 2. That is in between. 7, 2, 2, 3, 1, 5, 2. If that does not win, then that is 2. And then this is 7. 45. 45. So 2. Yeah. 3. Dicey, the 2 is a lone warrior. The 2 doesn't have support line. The 16 has support on 9, but the 9 probably will not win. The 14 has better chances. The the more important question is whether 16 will win, because if the 16 has to win, so the 16 is talking to who? The 16 is directly talking to this one, okay? Then the 16 has an upper hand. Then the 16 has an upper hand. This is a 2.5, this is 2, but this is a 56 and 57. And this is a drop. This is chase. This is drop. So that's that. And out of the 54, the 9 is already there, but that's 2. That's 2.5. In between, there is a thing which is 0.5 chase. So out of these, the 14 definitely has an upper hand because the chase is smaller. The chase is smaller. This 54 is chasing 56. This 54 is chasing 56.5. This 54 is chasing 54.5. So that's more reasonable. The 16. And what happens here? That is very wide. I don't know whether that'll work from gate number 16 on a 1200 meter. 7 is gate number 16. That's a huge drop. And this is where the 2 comes in. So the 2 stays a check. I don't know if the 16 will win. It has too many horses to talk to. That was 11. Let's see how that works.
Handicap at 1200 metre contest for the 3-year-olds. Horse 1 is Bakash Hutch, who's back in trip after contesting the listed Bendigo Guineas.
Yeah, I like him coming back to 1200. I know he's won over 14 and didn't see too many excuses for him last start, but a little freshened perhaps and back in trip, drawn where he has. I thought he could run well.
I agree with you, Hutchie. He's turned out beautifully too. I think his action's lovely and free today. It's a very good parade.
2 Sir Microcross after placing in the Group 2 Toba Bronze.
At 200 to 1, if you don't mind. So well done if you found him that day. You might want to have something on again here, but he was that price because a few of his runs, albeit at an easy level, hadn't rated that well. So it was clearly a career highlight for him. And on the back of that, not the worst.
Looking nice and fit and travelled over in good order too. He seems bright and happy within himself.
3 is Brave Design, who resumed in the race won by Navy Pilot at Bendigo.
Just a run for mine, but he's fresh up, so maybe he needed it. But if you like that race and that form reference, you'd be picking others out of it.
Didn't see him at Bendigo on that occasion, but I can't see any excuses looking at him here. He's fitting well.
4 Job Done out of the same contest was back and wide on that occasion.
Yeah, it was a good run. It was a really good run. A set of task was my comment. And, you know, I thought the fact that beaten sort of 4 lengths, there was clear excuses. So better run in transit here. You could see Job Done go much better.
His coat's awesome, this horse. He really is glowing with that beautiful winter sunshine beaming down on him right now. He looks similar to how I saw him last preparation.
Replica comment out of Bendigo for the 5 Jewel Bandit.
Yeah, there were excuses. Once again, wanted to probably see a bit more, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. So his 5th career start, he does come into this second up.
Yeah, presents very well here. I obviously didn't see him at Bendigo either, but there's nothing wrong with what I'm seeing today.
Honor Vuitton gets a tongue tie and the crossover off and has had a pair of Flemington jump outs not having run since the 2,000 metres of the Alistair Clark.
Big drop back, isn't it? And I'm not sure what his right trip is. He has one over 1,200 at the maiden level, and then he probably looks more like a miler type, I suppose. Not sure 2,006 go either, but look, let's see how he performs today. He's had he's effectively resuming, so we'll see how he goes.
Type-wise, I'd say he's a 1,400 metre miler, somewhere around that sort of sweet spot. That's what he looks like physically. He's moving great and looks good here.
Despite the heavy track, 7 Purple Streak was victorious with Ben Allen aboard for the second time.
And on good ground, he was just as impressive at Werribee when he won on debut, beating what an asset. So this is a really progressive gelding. He's an each-way chance. We don't know where his ceiling is. He tackles a couple of pretty handy ones, but he's certainly worthy of respect.
Definitely, based on what I'm seeing too. I think that he's presented really nicely here. He's lovely and calm. He's very fit. There's no excuses.
8 Wise In-Law was 4th in the Bendigo Guineas.
Yeah, they also coming back in trip. Maybe that's what he's looking for. I'm not sure either way, but he's got to find a bit. He's won 1 of 11. He's been very consistent. That's it.
He's a pretty cool horse, this. I like him as a type. He's quite imposing. He seems very happy to be here today. He's quite engaged. His ears are very forward. He's striding out nicely. I think it's a good parade by him.
9 Yes Yoshi was the stiffest of the stiff at Bendigo.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say with conviction he would have won, but he goes close, doesn't he? And I think he'd be happy to give him another chance. Many have. He's been well supported since early in the week, and yeah, I think he'd be hard to beat.
His coat's just beautiful too. He's still really looking very summery. His fitness has been kept up to the mark. You can see that lovely tone over his rib cage. It's a great parade by him.
Robinson scratched the team release. They keep him the 11 Sun Devil, who's been victorious at Kyneton in total.
Impressive at each start. They've rated okay. He's got to find a little bit, but he's 2 from 2. He's $31 today, so you're getting a price. I don't think it'd be too far away from him. He's a nice horse with upside.
It's a great move for this horse. He's very free in his action. Lovely and fit too. I can't fault what I'm seeing.
12 Celtics, runner-up to Purple Streak on the Pakenham Heavy, then a Geelong winner.
Yeah, I think the heavy track, it was a sound effort. He might have been beaten by a good one there. He was certainly impressive on top of the ground last start. This I Am Invincible. I don't think he'd be too far off them here. Looks at each way hope.
Yeah, quite a bouncy, high-energy sort of horse. This I haven't assessed him before, but he's been turned out in really good order. These high-energy horses, they quite often keep themselves very fit, and that's what I'm seeing here too.
Would Curry to ride the 13 Yamashita's Gold.
Bit to find on recent form, I think.
I agree. The horse looks sensational once again, but he did in Adelaide and he let me down a bit.
14 Catwalk Icon was the runner-up to Navy Pilot at Bendigo.
You have to give him a chance. He's building a good CV. He won't be too far off them, and he's trying to get a nice run.
Very tense horse is, and she's just starting to melt now too. She's one that I don't know, so I don't know if it's normal for her, but I really like her as a type. Keep an eye on her behind the gates.
16 Marset back to the scene of her stakes placing on debut at 2.
Started at $1.14 at Geelong. Absolutely went round in a hand counter, to be honest. Will be very hard to beat here, I think.
She's incredibly fit, this horse. Quite a tense type as well that keeps herself up to the mark.
17 Milos Filos has got a stack of good form around her.
That she does. Very consistent sort of a galloper, and look, she's going to need to improve off the back of those, but like I said, she has been consistent, so not the worst.
She can be a bit tense on race day, but she was actually really quite relaxed for her, so I was happy with how she paraded.
Won by the likes of Airman and Star Patrol in recent years. Hutch, your selections for this heat of the Crescent Series?
Yeah, looking forward to this one. I think, yes, Yoshi can hopefully give Charlotte a race-to-race double. What have we had there? Another rider just walking the track. Outside of that, I thought that very competitive race. Marcep's hard to knock. Purple Streak looks a real talent going forward. So I think those are the main ones. But I'm hoping, yes, Yoshi can get a little bit more luck in running and hopefully deliver the goods.
I'm with you, Hutchie. Yes, Yoshi on top from the yard too. Thought he presented just beautifully. Of the rest, I like Bakash, Purple Streak, Wise In-Law and Sun Devil.
Flip-flopping at the topping, that's what's happening here. The top three in the market, and Purple Streak has been well found late here by punters to cause the upset. So Purple Streak, 650 into 480 looks like your market move here, punters. Yes, Yoshi's nice and safe, equal of 2, 480. And then Barcep's flip-flopping in, out. It's going to look like hold for favouritism. So who do you like out of the top three? Once again, I've been explaining about the best ride wins it. 3 wide line with cover here at Flemington we've seen today. Not a problem. It's probably the place to be. The blowout is Celtics there at number 12. $11 the best backed at a price. Looking down the page there, look, there's a bit of each way plays or whatnot, but it's the top 3, and it looks like Purple Streak, race 5, number 7, your mark. Get the move up. Get your bets on for the 5th. You win some, you lose more. Free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Before we head to Matt Hill, Amy, you had a very brief chat to Mick Price about his runners.
Yeah, he was pretty happy with both of them. Thought the weight that Little Job Done has to carry is significant enough. He's only a small horse. Celtics, he's got a high opinion of this horse and thinks that he's probably the pick of the two.
It's the mark of the leg sitting around 11 or 12 on the VOP. Selections along the bottom, team divided. One thing that's not divided is anybody who's at Flemington today is lapping up this mid-May sunshine, and what an afternoon awaits from a racing perspective. Andrew Ramsden with the second direct entry spot into the Lexus Melbourne Cup up for grabs, and also a great addition of the listed Hilton Nicholas Straight 6. That'll be over 1,200 metres, as is this contest, the Sharp EIT's Henry Bolte. Here's Matt Hill.
2 to get set for the running of this 5th event. Down the straights. Didn't have a straight race on Anzac Day. So first one we've had for a while. Job Done goes into a middle alley. So they're just about ready. It'll be
Adam and 5
to take the outside. The field is set. Ready at the 1200s. The famous straight 6 run here. Away they go. Celtics away fairly. Job Done away quickly in the middle of the line with also Catwalk Icon. Brave Design isn't too far away, and also behind those horses Sun Devil. Up the outside, Purple Streak began fast. So right across the track, it's Catwalk Icon in the green jacket leading. Sun Devil out wider, Purple Streak and Marcept, and they were followed by Brave Design, Jewel Bandit. Behind those horses, On a Vuitton, the centre was Celtics, Philos. Out deeper on the track, Bakash, and they were followed by Yamashita's Gold. Yes, Yoshi's last, and about 6 off the lead. Catwalk Icon, the front runner, onto the course proper. 600 metres to go with Brave Design, Jewel Bandit towards the inside. Job Done out past the centre with Marcept as they queue up with Wise In-Law. Purple Streak out wider, might be one of the leaders too. They were followed by Bakash, who's ridden up. Yes, Yoshi starting to take runs between horses. It's Wise In-Law in front, followed by Marcept. Yes, Yoshi. And back behind those, Sir Micah and Purple Streak. Wise In-Law
It
with
didn't
100
run.
metres to go. Then from Marcept, who's trying to eat into the margin. Wise In-Law by a length and a quarter, and Wise In-Law's
8, 8, 16, 17 and 9.
They were followed by Yes, Yoshi, Purple Streak and Celtics Bakash. Next to finish in the race, Job Done, Yamashita's Gold on a Vuitton, Sir Micah. Then Brave Design, Jewel Bandit, pulling up towards the end, Sun Devil.
Eight, 16, 17 and 9. This is where it got tricky, right? From gate number 14. I forgot this is a straight run. 8. $16. 17 and 9. We go to the next. Two and 13 has been scratched. 4138. $100. 5 drops. Tricky. 17, 59, which 5, 3, 6. Usually that will not remain. Let's go. 1, 3, 7, let's drop. 6. So let's understand what happened here first, okay? So what was going wrong is this, that so that is that was 2, but this one, the 8, actually knocked it out. They both were identical. Ideally, 6 had a better hold on this, but the 6 did not. 6 was not. 6 did not win because the jockey calibration is wrong here, and this one just went through. So, point is this, that what we are measuring here is the drop. All right, this is the drop section. This is the position. So if the 9 got in, the 14 had the opportunity, but the 14 did not get there, which is very weird. But the 9 got to the 4th position, and the 8 won with a lesser drop, and then came the 16. The outer gates actually worked because it was a straight. Here it is not a straight, it is going to be on the oval circuit. So if we look at the drop, this is the lowest drop on a 56. Okay, this is the lowest drop on a 56, but then the 3 has an upper hand because this is a lower drop. Then the 3 is the 1, probably. 8 as a 54 will be there. Three 54 if the gate starts talking. Anyway, so that's that. 3 this one is an 8-year-old gelding. I don't know. I like 3. The 3 is what? The 3 is oh too good. God, it's a 6-year-old mare. God knows what it'll do, but that probably is something that I like. And then the 8, but before it reaches to 8, it's a 54. So then this one 6, 10. That is high. This is low. And then this 8. Or it will just 1600-meter benchmark. 59. 1.7, 21, 558, 2, 4. And 18, 5, 5, 4, 58, becomes 4, 55. No. Let's see if the 3 gets hit. I think it is 3. 8 is going to be difficult. From gate number 11, that's a 5-year-old getting 54, turning it up 8. This probably is not the thing. Then it drops down. That 10 is a super body weight on that horse. This thing, I don't know what it'll do, but the 10 is a check. The 10 is a check. I think 3, 8, 11. Before it reaches here, it'll have a low pressure, which we missed out here. 8. 8 actually only 7. 8. Yeah, even I forgot that this was the straight. Even I forgot that this was the straight dows. And the moment they put 8-year-olds, God knows. Ish.
He's got top level form from that part of the world, and I looked at his time form figures; they're outstanding. So, I mean, the question
Rexy, welcome back, Rexy.
just be on the sharp side, but class will take you a long way.
Certainly will. Lovely horse, not overly big, still an empire, great attitude.
4, 6, 10,
I
12.
think that he's well and truly forward enough to run well over a mile, but he'll tighten up as he gets up over further.
To Kappa scratching after running unplaced in yesterday's Scone Cup. We skip the 3 and 0-2 good and go to the 4 Wonder Boy. Back to winning ways at Mornington. Excellent win just denied by Von Hawk in the Golden Mile. What if gate 1 for him in this, Hutch?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, I'd probably prefer drawn more or wider, but look, he's going well. His effort at Mornington was terrific. He was far too good for them. That was on the back of being beat by Captain Farai, who came out then there and won. And his effort at Bendigo, Von Hawk is no slouch. He's got sort of stakes level form. So he's the right horse. He just needs the right run. And if he gets it, I think he can win.
Looks fantastic here in the yard today too. He's naturally a really chunky, good doing horse, but this is as fit as he ever looks. His coat's magnificent.
Just won the previous at Wodonga. Stephen Brown, he presents the 5 Lady Jones.
Yeah, she's a talent. She needs another win. I didn't see too many excuses last time out, but she's fitted third up, and maybe this is the opportunity.
Definitely presents fitter today than what I saw of her first up at Caulfield anyway. I think that she's just about at her peak now.
Sinks rumbled again, was beaten a length and a half in the Queen of the South in Adelaide.
Ignore her at your peril. She can turn around some form as well, and on her day, she's a real talent. So best of luck to the Trotter camp, and Craig Williams is a good bookie.
Lovely, darling there she is. She always parades in such a beautiful, calm nature. She looks the same as what she usually does.
First run since Melbourne Cup Day for the 7, the Doctor of Love.
Yeah, well, I think this is a nice prep run for something over a bit further. $41 seems short enough.
Pretty forward in condition for a staying type of horse. He's fresh here, as you'd expect to, not been at the races for a while, but he'll take that natural improvement out of today.
Logan Bates and the claim on the 8 for Dad.
Yeah, beating a length and a half, so I think never far away. He's an honest galloper. He doesn't win out of turn 3 from 30, but he's rarely far away.
He looks good. Nothing wrong with what I'm saying here. He's a fit horse. He's been up a good while. He maintains a lovely, healthy coat.
2 runs in 13 months for the 9 Smoking Princess.
Yeah, not sure all's well there. I'm not sure why, but look, let's see how she goes today. Fresh up. She's usually a horse that can run well fresh, but she hasn't had a lot of racing in the last 12 to 18 months, like you said, Nige.
She can fly fresh. She's a bit of a smoky, pardon the pun there, but she always can run a cheeky race fresh. She loves Flemington, got a tongue tie going on for the first time. Looks like she usually does. Always a bit wintry, but very forward in regards to fitness.
Ching. 10, Miss Playland, victorious in the gold bracelet at Bendigo.
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked on the day, and I'm sort of wondering if I should be shocked twice, because, like, there's no fluke about the win. You know, she beat a couple of key rivals and beat them well, and you're getting 850, so may have underestimated her potential once again.
She's a good-looking mare that's been turned out beautifully today. Really can't fault anything with what I'm saying. Her coat's good, she's fit, she's moving well.
11, Aftermath ran 9 days ago at the Bull.
Yeah, poor there. Couldn't get the guide either. It was a heavy track, never went a yard.
Yeah, there's others that I probably recommend above this horse today, but that's no knock on what I'm saying.
12, Ocean Beyond. He's had success on this day previously in the straight 6.
Yeah, good luck to the connections. I just ran into one of the owners. He's got the Ocean Beyond tie on, so I said, well done with your previous win, and they were all on it at $10, and said, well, you got to have something on again today, which I'm sure they will at 16s. He's capable. He just doesn't sort of win out of turn.
He's a cool old horse, isn't he? A $636,000 owner. He's been a lot of fun. Looks like he always does. Usually gets a bit sweaty, usually a bit wintry over these months, so what I'm seeing is pretty normal.
3, O2 Good was runner-up in the gold bracelet.
Gee, she's a good horse on her day, and I thought her run was pretty good there. She was 3 wide without cover. It wasn't as good as what we can see from her, but one thing, at Flemington, she fires, so I think a mile here, I'm thinking she might be over the odds, if you could trust that she could bring her A game today.
She's such a sweet mare. I've got a soft spot for her. I hope she runs well for Kevin and the Daffy family. She looks great here. There should be no reason why she won't, based on what I'm saying.
Hutch, as we go to your numbers for the LV Lacal, it's been the upset race 3 of the last 4 years. Macram and Milford at $31 SPs. Ladonda was 80 to 1 in 2022 when defeating Tuvalu, who went on to win the Winter Championship.
4.
It's, look, I think Wonder Boy's an easy one to like. I personally thought the 360 was short enough, but the market continues to come, so I would be diving in at that quote. Outside of that, look, it's a very competitive race. I think O2 Good deserves some respects. Ran, who knows what this import might be capable of, fresh up as well. And Miss Playland's just pretty good at Bendigo as well. So Wonder Boy for me, hoping he can go one better.
Patch, I see them exactly the same as you. Wonder Boy on top from the yard, just ahead of O2 Good. Zaran, lovely horse, first time seeing him, and Miss Playland looks fantastic.
Zaran's going to be a market mover here, punters. You wouldn't believe it. Not much has really changed, to be honest. 360 rock solid. Wonder Boy. Here he goes. Bang. Just as I talk to you. Zaran. He's into favouritism now at $3.70. This import's ready to go, says the market. The team can get him right first up. The mile's going to suit him. There's your market mover. But that's nice and safe outside of Wonder Boy. In your market, Miss Play Lounge, Lady Jones are the roughies that have been spec. Race 6, number 1. First leg of the quaddie. Get it on. For any confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Draw on Wonder Boy has been flying all preparation. He's been so consistent. How's he been working coming into today?
Still the same, very consistent. He's enjoying life.
What did you make of his most recent run at Bendigo? To the eye, it was great.
Yeah, it was enormous. He went a bit further than the winner and just got us on the line.
What do you make of that barrier for him? Do you see it as a help or a hindrance?
No, it could be a hindrance. We've had that before here where he just couldn't get out. But look, Craig said he'll try and get out as soon as possible, or otherwise he's just going to have to ride for luck.
Good luck, Jerome.
Thanks a lot. Benny Allen in 60.
Yep, and there you can see Wonder Boy. It's familiar lime green colours. Well through loading. Here's Manuel. Great stuff, Hutch. So this is a heat of the Winter Championship. It's that time of year we kick off the series races and a time-honoured event, the Winter Championships. Had a couple of different patterns over the time, but
heat and final series. And this is the first of them, the Alvila Shell. As Ocean Beyond goes in, oh, too good about to join them, and that will leave for down for the race 6. Wonder Boy favourite 370 on the top. Verdad goes up to the outside. Field set. First thing of the quad, he raced up a 6 out of Flemington. Racing. Wonder Boy from barrier number 1, just ridden up to keep in touch. There's 3 or 4 forcing up. Lady Jones, oh, too good's nice and close. Rumbled again is also vying for the lead. Verdad trying to sweep across from out wide. So after 200 metres here, Rumbled again, crossed by Verdad. Our deeper Lady Jones, oh, too good, got the set. Then Wonder Boy, Smoking Princess, beyond centre field, Ocean Beyond. Then the Doctor of Love, Aftermath, and then came towards the back, Zaran, second last, and trying to get motivated now. And about 2 lengths, Miss Play Lounge. Verdad is the leader, 3/4 of a length. 2 in second, Lady Jones as the leader tries to slow it. Rumbled again as third, then oh, too good. 1.25 lengths, Smoking Princess. Wonder Boy, 6th, the fence. A length away in the field, Ocean Beyond, and then came the Doctor of Love. Aftermath wider, Zaran second last, Miss Play Lounge at the back. Coming up towards the home corner with 700 metres to go. Verdad just in front of Lady Jones. Rumbled again, poised behind them, third from oh, too good. Wonder Boy getting away from the rails in the line. Then Smoking Princess, the Doctor of Love, Ocean Beyond. Aftermath, Zaran, and Miss Play Lounge. Into the straight. 500 metres to go. It's Verdad, Lady Jones stepping it up from Rumbled again and oh, too good. They're 2 lengths, Wonder Boy. A similar gap, the Doctor of Love, Ocean Beyond. Our Zaran second last. Lady Jones at the 300 metres up to Verdad. Oh, too good, trying to join in. Wonder Boy the outside, then Rumbled again. They look to be the main hopes of the clock tower. 200 metres to go. Oh, too good moves up to Verdad. Wonder Boy on the outside challenges. Oh, too good just in front. Wonder Boy coming at oh, too good though. Wonder Boy.
438. 438.
Aftermath next. Further
Boom. That was
Jones,
438.
Princess, Ocean Beyond, Miss Play Lounge and Rumbled again pulls up alongside of those.
Craig Newitt with a very strong nomination for Ride of the Day. Wonder Boy from 1 into the perfect spot to have the better of oh, too good and Verdad in the closing stages. And as we start to roll through some replays of the finish of the LV Locale, Andy Yogi and Clint Hutchison.
438. 412. Four, 3, 8. We'll go to the next. Eight has been scratched. Don't have 8. 10-1-9-7. So this one is a listed race, and what happens in a listed race? So basically, the race is here within the green guys. Okay, probably this is where the race is, more or less. Now, the only drop in class in this race is this 14, which is the only drop in class. And then everybody else is a gain. If you look at the gains, these two have the minimum gain on a 58. So they were 58. With that gain, they became 58.5. That's that. And that is where they stand, out of which 7 is there within the odds, because 12 is not doing well. But that's a 6-year-old gilding, and right below that with the same thing, which is a 57.5, is a 4-year-old gilding. The distance is 2,800 meters. That's a drift. Let's talk about the linears. The linear is definitely the linear is going to be in trouble, but that's more or less where the linear stands, which is okay. And the 10 is 53. with a 5.5 kilograms increment on it makes it a 58.5. So here what happened? So that was a 54 that became 57 with that, but it still won. But what exactly is happening here is this, that though it was a 54, it's a low pressure horse. It just went through. It's a 6-year-old mare that came in second here. That worked. Here again, from the position, it is the 10, which is the favorite. That's also one of the best hands. But that's a 53. And the distance increases by 2,800 meter from 53, 5.5 kilo more, makes it a 58. I don't know if that's possible. 13 is a check. I don't know if that's the difference between these two races are almost, this is almost the double the distance on race 7. Here it was a 4-year-old gilding, okay? So that 4-year-old gilding on 54 went through. Here it is, this one, which is starting 10. 13. That's a 6-year-old gilding. And then the 14 is a drop. Let's see how that works. I like the 7 definitely is a good horse, but looking at the distance, the age will talk. The age is going to be a factor. This is probably the youngest horse. This is probably the youngest horse. Let's see how that works. Adaman, boom! That was 4. Rexy, boom! 4-1.
$655 you can have for the Western Front. Can he run a strong 2800? The market says yes, sir. Pounding the old boy. Team's on fire. There's a bit of each way play there for him to run a strong 28. I didn't think he'd run a strong 24 at Mornington Cup Day. But anyway, 14 12s for the blowout. Then American Wolf. Well, this is his go. He won an Adelaide Cup. Took off at the 900 in the Mornington Cup. This will suit him better. Just riding quiet, riding quiet, riding quiet. Pick him apart inside the last 300. He's been spec'd at a price to cause the blowout. Still up in the air, 460 the field. Bit more to play out here yet. So we get to the yard and we go back to WA at Belmont for race 3. You win some, you lose one. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
He had that one run back in December, which was outstanding. Had 60.5 kilos, settled near last year at Belmont Park and rattled to the line behind Haypino, who's really gone on with it since won a graduation and was an eye-catching return last week under the Pontiff. I think here for Mount Shirataku, this is a nice stepping stone for him into better quality races, but he is rock bottom odds for a horse with a tricky barrier. Number 1 in None So Spicy, the big outward drift is surely punters expecting that she's going to put up the white flag late and not run through the strong end of a 1200 metre event, especially if she cops a little bit of early pressure.
They're showing Beaumont.
Wouldn't be a shock if he managed to prevail in this race, would it? Sydney Cup win was good. It was a fantastic ride, it has to be said. But a really good performance, and a horse that's got that Group 1 form at the weights, you'd have to say he's got an excellent chance.
Well, you know he's going to run out a strong trip, don't you? And that's going to be half the battle with a couple of these. He's a quirky horse. He's feeling quite fresh here with that break between runs, but looks great.
2 is Pounding. Who would have envisaged he'd be chasing a cup start? He was second in the LV Lacal over 1600 this day last year.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, you'd love to own him. He's been so consistent. He's done a great job. He's hard to knock. Wouldn't have thought he'd be a Melbourne Cup type, but hey, good luck to Connections. He's certainly in good form.
It'd surprise me if he was going to run out a strong trip here, but I should never doubt this stable. They do such a fantastic job. Cool horse, looks great.
3 is Sir Kingsford, who had ballot exemption for this race last year by winning the Port Adelaide Cup. He was second in that race in 2026.
Yeah, he's a horse that likes to go forward. He's in good order. He's raced well. It's probably a step up again here, but I don't think he's certainly not the worst. $21, you can do worse than him.
I think he actually looks better today than what he did when he ran in Adelaide last start. So that's a positive sign. He's fitting well.
For New Look, 8th in the Sydney Cup, was 10th in the Archer back in September.
Yeah, I like the run prior to in the Chairman's. New Look's a talented gelding. He's still got upsides on his 16th career start today, so he could give a good count.
His coat's in great order and his weight range is just perfect. The team have got him cherry ripe for today.
Harry Coffey won the Ramsden 10 years ago. He's aboard the 5 Crouch, who's been runner-up in the past 2 Wellington Cups.
Yes, and a horse that, we don't really know a lot about. So harder to line his form up, but obviously he'll stay well up in this trip, won't be an issue for him. And I like the fact they would have earmarked this race some time ago. He's won the Hawke's Bay Cup, so yeah, he's an interesting runner. If there was market support, I'd be respectful.
You don't have to doubt that whether he's fit or not, because the team, there's no way they've brought him here just to mess around for a race like this. He presents exactly as you'd expect.
6 Flying Bandit, 1st and 3rd in the past 2 Wagga Cups.
Yeah, needed a lift a little bit, I would have thought. 26 out to 41, back to 31. There's been a nibble along the price. Gets a back market, gets a long way out of his ground, but, he did hit the line pretty well in the Wagga Cup.
Well, he's lovely and relaxed and he's very fit, so he's got 2 great things on his side heading into a tough staying contest.
7 Zaria, 7th in the 2025 Sydney Cup at his 2nd Australian start. He was 5th, beaten 2 in the Mornington Cup at his first run down south.
It just had the right feel about it, that run though, didn't it? Followed the failure of the Tancred, so look, I like that effort, and Zaria is interesting. He probably wouldn't want it any firmer, but he's an each-way contender, and at 850 you can do a lot worse.
Really big barreled horse, quite an unorthodox shape for a staying contest like this. His coat's magnificent though, I will say.
3 of his past 4 wins have given 9 the Western Front a shot at the Ramsden. Lindsay Park won this race 4 times between 2008 and 18.
I found it a really hard race to work out, but I'm happy to be with him. I mean, it's a step up, it's a stronger race, but he's just hit form, and I think 2800 is perfect for him. He obviously likes Flemington, and in the vein of form that he's in, yes, he's got a bit to find on his ratings, but it's not all about that. He's certainly a horse that I think he can deliver the goods.
Wears the earmuffs and a crossover noseband for the entire race, so he needs to settle. He's lovely and calm here in the parade, and he's a horse that presents particularly fit.
10 is Zakuma. Graham Beck won this race with Lunar Flare 3 years ago.
Yeah, I like this horse too, but I was happy to take him on the proviso that it just wasn't the ideal preparation, and he was a bit plain, I thought, last time. I know he got a long way out of his ground behind too darn discreet, but wanted to see a touch more. Now they're trying 2800. I'm not sure if it's a long-term plan or not. I would have thought it was, looking at the preparation, but he's got upside.
He looks excellent too. His coat's just in such beautiful condition. He's been well maintained between runs.
11 is Sir Chartwell. 5th in the Roy Higgins, 4th to the Western Front. His last placing was over 3,000 metres at Longshot, September 2024.
Yep, he'll stay. He's got a little bit to find on that form though, doesn't he? So I think there's other form lines, or there's other horses at big prices you can make a case for.
Horse presents very well, to be fair. I think his coat's in magnificent order. He's feeling quite well. He's on the fresher side, what you'd probably want, but hopefully he can have a nice warm-up and relax.
12 Suffolk Star with a pair of 3,000 metre wins at both of the Sandown courses. Paul Pruska went close with Surprise Baby in this race in 2019. He then ran 5th in the Melbourne Cup.
I've been with him of late, and I've liked the way he's going. I know, once again, I'm not sure he's got the class, but I tell you what, Paul's got this horse absolutely flying, and he will stay all day and he'll be ridden patiently. And I'm interested to see how he'll measure up, because he does carry the 58, and on his ratings, he's it wouldn't be with him, but he's racing well and he stays.
Yeah, well, he's full of confidence, isn't he? And he's very fit and in great order once again physically, so he should be running up to expectation here.
13 American Wolf, the Adelaide Cup winner, was 6 weeks between runs at Mornington.
Yeah, it was. Look, I thought there was probably excuses there, but the Adelaide Cup win was sound, and he's still a horse that's got a bit of upside. And no doubt his Flemington record reads well, and he could have put himself very well with that smoother run today.
It certainly does. He's been a bit hot and sweaty out the back, but he's relatively calm for now in the parade ring. He's a very fit horse.
14 Vaseline looks to become the third horse to go back-to-back in this race in the 21st century. Dean Yendall can join Damien Oliver on 3 wins in the race.
I think on better ground that'll help a lot. Looking at, even though firm ground's not great, probably a little bit of cushion will help. I might have been a bit too wet at the ball, but yeah, an interesting sort of preparation, not the worst.
She looks great. She's lovely and relaxed. She's in really healthy condition all over.
15 Olange looking to do what the mare Ocean X did in 2020, win the Port Adelaide Cup and the Ramsden.
It was a good performance, rated okay, I suppose, but I think an even better level will be required here.
She seems nice and bright with the travel anyway, which is one key factor. Very, very fit horse.
The field for the 2026 Lexus Andrew Ramsden Stakes. Whiskey on the Hill secure in its place in the November Classic via its win in the Roy Higgins. Hutch, who's going to grab the second spot.
Well, I think Team Hayes has got a good chance here. I found it a difficult race. I didn't have a lot of confidence, but I like the way that the Western Front's racing. Does need to raise the bar, change the guard, will run well. Zabir is another one that could be in the mix as well, amongst a host of others. But more than happy to be with the Western Front.
Yeah, this is particularly tough. I don't know who to put on top, to be fair. I'm going to go American Wolf just. I think he presents very, very fit here, and he's a tough staying horse. I was nearly going to put Sakuma on top. I think he looks good. There's a number of horses that all present similar, but I'll go the Wolf. Chris, thanks for your time as always. Changing of the guard was so awesome in the Sydney Cup. What's he been doing between then and now?
Did a little freshen, and then he's had a tick over trial. There's plenty of nice gallops. He's in really good order. Just starting to break in the cope, understandably. But look, he's very well placed under the conditions of the race. He's still got to go out and do it. So I'm really happy with the horse, how he's travelled down. He's pretty seasoned from that point of view, and he's in good order.
I'm assuming that he's just going to roll forward like he normally does. How much company do you feel he's going to have?
Yeah, there looks a couple out wide that could push forward. It's not imperative he leads, but he'll be up on speed, and he's got that free-flowing action. So as long as he gets that right style of run and gets a bit of clear air and can build into the corner, he'll be very hard to beat.
Man that's had a number of Melbourne Cup runners previously. Obviously, the Williams family, it's a race that they love to target. It'd mean a lot to everyone if his horse could qualify here.
Yeah, no doubt. They're synonymous with the race, aren't they? So it's great to have him in last year, and hopefully he can get back there again this year.
Good luck, Chris.
Thank you.
Pretty right middle. Sneaking up inside. Here we go. This is a good go with Andrew Ramsden. Would you believe 480 changing of the guard now? And it's they were $5 each of three, the top three in the market. The Western Front is just holding nice and firm on the day. And Zakuma, nice and safe. Pounding's been the best backed at the price. Don't worry about that. It is, who do you like? The balls are in the air. Look at Pounding in the $9.50. But changing of the guard looks like will be your money mover at the end of the day. Race 7, number 1. Here we go, the second leg of the quaddie. Strap yourself in, 2,800 metres. Get your bets on. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Wonderful concoction of nerves and nervous energy that's just come about in the last few minutes around the mounting yard as riders have been mounted. Connections have heard the last sort of set of instructions, dissertations from the trainers and stable reps that are on hand because the moment's arrived.
Yes, there's that little murmur, that little buzz. People with nervous energy. You can imagine the butterflies in the
9.
The pure elation that we'll see post-race for someone who's lucky enough, or the connections that are lucky enough to win this race, Amy. So, as I said earlier in the day, dreams will be fulfilled. Someone's going to have a runner in the Cup, and Nigel and I were fortunate enough to see the Cup early today. It was a nice experience once again. It never gets old.
It doesn't, does it? And we were chatting about that off camera too. Like, even for people like us, we're very privileged that we get to be in this position, that we can hold the Melbourne Cup. And it's still special even for people like us, so isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, I loved it. you know, and all the stories that go along with it. So, in terms of the market, as we look here, changing the guard, it was a positive interview, wasn't it? It was really like, yeah, we're happy. You know, the horse is good enough, and just he's got to bring what he brought in Sydney. So,
But you look at that market, actually, it's a wide open.
yeah. Lots of price of curves on it. Do we get a Ramsden with tempo? I think we do. Yeah, I think we do. You know, they went forward, changed the guard, obviously, but there's quite a few here that could potentially go forward. And I think a couple of the leading chances to be back in the run, but I think the pace will be at least even.
So something special and unique about our special and unique race is the capacity to grab a qualifying spot months out. It happened for those associated with Whiskey on the Hill by his Roy Higgins victory on Australian Cup Day at the end of March. And here we are a month and a half on in the middle of May. A long, long way out from the first Tuesday in November. And even if the winner doesn't ultimately get there, it's living in the moment and living in a dream in many respects. Realise that if everything stays on course, you will be here on course come early November with a runner in our most iconic race. The Lexus Andrew Ramsden, a wide open affair in 2026 as we join Matt Hill.
Looking forward to it, Nigel. Always a special day, Andrew Ramsden Day, just with that special bonus of qualifying for the Melbourne Cup. It spreads wide and far, the Melbourne Cup, even into May. And looking forward to this. Who's it going to be? Pounding $12 to 10 joins the line with Flying Bandit. Kerry Parker, no stranger to training horses for the Melbourne Cup. He's had a couple of runners over the years. Now Flying Bandit goes in. Little nibble for Flying Bandit, 41 into 26. Changing of the guard, the Sydney Cup winner joining them. The Western Front about to come along, Luke Curry. Sir Kingsford's going to be the last one here. The Lexus Andrew Ramsden. Here's Sir Kingsford. Tegan Vuram. Cullinan stable of Gawler. Goes up into barrier number 14. 2,800 metres. The field set for the Lexus Andrew Ramsden. Stand by. Racing. Last year's winner, Basilina, one of the best to break from barrier number 5. Crouch jumped away well too. It's the initial leader, Sir Chartwell, from out wide coming over with Sir Kingsford. Changing of the guard, got to about 4th with New Look. Behind those horses then is Pounding American Wolf, and then Zaria midfield, Alenia next on the inside of Zakuma, and then Suffolk Star. Flying Bandit, the Western Front is at the tail of the field. At the judge, a lap of famous Flemington to go, and Sir Kingsford shot off into the lead by about 2.5 lengths. Sir Chartwell, changing of the guard, got across to settle 3rd. And at this stage, one off the fence. Crouch is 4th the fence, and they were followed by New Look. Next, American Wolf Pounding, 2 lengths Basilina. Then came Alenia, the inner, followed by Zaria, a gap Zakuma, Suffolk Star. About 2 further back in the field, Flying Bandit, and the Western Front last to the Riverside. 2,000 metres to go in the Ramsden. Sir Kingsford, the leader, just striding up comfortably at the moment, 1.25 lengths. Sir Chartwell 2nd, changing of the guard, 3rd outside of Crouch. And they're 2 lengths to New Look and American Wolf at the 1,800 metres. A couple of lengths to Pounding, and then came Basilina midfield outside of Alenia at the 1,700. Then came Zaria, Suffolk Star, 1.25 lengths, Zakuma 3rd last. The Western Front on the rails 2nd last, and at the back Flying Bandit. 1,500 metres to go. Sir Kingsford the leader by 1.5 lengths, and it's an even speed at best. Changing of the guard is going to get a little bit closer to the outside, so Sir Chartwell will get the box seat run 1.5 lengths off those. Heading towards Chiquita Lodge now at the 1,250. 2 further back, Crouch 4th, 1.25 lengths, New Look. Next, American Wolf, as these leaders just start to string the field out. They're 3 lengths in front of Pounding. Then came Basilina, who would spot the speed about 12 at this point from Alenia. Then Zaria, Suffolk Star. Zakuma's a long way off the lead. So too the Western Front and Flying Bandit. So Sir Kingsford, 1,000 metres to go. Just pressured midway by changing of the guard, 3/4 of a length off it. And they're 1 3/4 lengths, Sir Chartwell. 2 lengths away to Crouch. Then New Look, 2 lengths American Wolf. And they're 3 lengths in front of Pounding at the 800 metres. Next, Alenia, Basilina, Zaria. Suffolk Star's hard at it. Zakuma well back. The Western Front, a lot to do with also Flying Bandit. Up to the corner, Sir Kingsford, as they reach the 550, joined by Sir Chartwell. Then changing of the guard and Crouch from New Look. American Wolf brought towards the outside. Suffolk Star cut the corner. And then Alenia and Sakuma out wide. Sir Chartwell went for home. 400 metres to go. Put up 3 lengths. New Look, Suffolk Star pounding American Wolf. And then Sakuma from a mile back. Sir Chartwell, 250 metres to go. It's Brave. It's 2 lengths in front of Suffolk Star. Pounding Sakuma still coming. Sir Chartwell starting to paddle. Pounding coming at it. And Sakuma over the top. Sakuma flashing at the end of 2,800 metres. Over the top and Sakuma wins. The first Tuesday, November, written in the diary. Pounding second. Sir Chartwell third. Suffolk Star 4. A gap to New Look, the Western front Alenia. Crouch behind them, American Wolf, Sir Kingsford
10
got
to
tired.
11,
Well,
12.
line Basilina, then a long gap, changing of the guard, back there with Saria. Big hugs between...
Ten to 11, 12, 10. 2. Didn't happen. The 10 went through. We'll go to the next. Four has been scratched. 12, 7, 8, and 3. This is the right odd. 12 is the right odd. 3 probably in the third position. In between, there is a low pressure somewhere. I don't think this 6-year-old gilting is the one. I think maybe this one is in between the low pressure. So 3 is on top. 3 will get there. But before that, there is a low pressure. So 12 is the right odd. Twelve is the right odd. We'll see how that works.
juicy at this stage. But anyway, we're going to get to the straight 6 to 3rd leg, and this is a cracking race. Or is it? It's a race in 2, says the market. Stolly Bolly comes off that terrific
This is going to be on the straight,
last start.
by the way.
The Bergerac was slightly unlucky in Sydney off his 2 runs, in particular his last run last start. And it's $3.350 for those 2 runners. Stolly Bolly's had a good push late on race day, and I think De Bergerac's got it over him down the straight when you have a look at their straight track form. Check out your videos at Sportsbet there. When you click the horses' names on, looking down the page here, I've got nothing for you. Look at the green arrows. Hello. Same race, multi-type of sort of stuff. I thought Fancify might be an interesting runner here. Can jump and roll on speed. There's not a lot of speed in this race. First up for Karen Marr. But anyway, Stolly Bolly's the best back at this stage. Or will they rally for De Bergerac? De Bergerac late. Anyway, you win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the
Jumban,
website.
I don't have that feed. Dow's.
That are going to be aggressively early, but Hicks Angelic has gone to a new level deeper into his preparation.
That's why we are at Flemington.
Really gone to a new level in the last month, and
I don't have that feed.
that he had under the hood. From 2 in Magnique, can't map him. I understand that.
They're showing Beaumont.
9, the Hilton Nicholas Tap Straight 6 listed 1200 metre contest last year. Wasn't to the liking of Grandstand. King Zephyr as a $1.80 favourite, was 11th as it was title fighter as a $61 chance, seeing off DK Limbs, Kosciuszko, Aviatrix and Marble 9, who's back again. And he brings arguably better form. Hutch 6th in the Wangoom last year before winning this. He's gone 5th in the Hariba and then 4th at the Bull.
Yeah, he's racing well, and like you said, he won this race last year, but with 54. I don't know if that gate 4's ideal, but he's capable and he's thriving at present.
I think the horse looks the best I've seen in all preparation, to be fair. He's come on since the Wangoom. Big weight that he has to lump, but he looks brilliant here.
First multiple winner since Lonely Dreamer in 1991. 2 is Marble 9, 5th last year, beaten 1.3 lengths as an $8 chance.
I think the ground today will be more suitable for him, and he showed good improvement first and second run. It wasn't a bad effort in the Wangoom, and we'll get a better idea about him. He's a 3-time winner at Flemington, so he loves the straight.
He's gently just got fitter with each start this preparation. He's definitely at his peak today from where I'm standing.
3rd in the Hariba, 3 Pop Award. One of a few mares trying to become the first to win this race in 10 years.
Interesting comments from Luke Cartwright, speaking to you earlier, Nigel, in terms of just wanted a little bit of the ground to sort of hold up, not be too dry. But she's a talent. Once again, her effort 2 back was solid enough on wet ground, and she's honest, so she won't be too far away.
I'm happy with what I'm seeing.
That was which
It's a little
track
bit
are you
long now,
talking
but
about?
It's particularly healthy. She's lovely and fit. Great attitude as usual.
4 Taunting is a scratching. 5
Doomben.
Canelo returns after contesting the Irwin and the Hawks in Adelaide.
Needs to improve. I think it's an easier test in some respects, but I'm not sure that he's actually going well enough to win.
He's frustrating, isn't he? He looks $1 million, this horse. Couldn't be in any better physical shape. I just don't know that he's going at his absolute best.
6 Fancify makes her debut for Kieran Maher.
Yeah, I don't know sort of what to make of her. One in a while, so they're having to throw at the stumps, but she's another horse that's performed well here in the past, and I'd be respecting a marker move, but wouldn't be suggesting to back her just yet.
She's a good fresh mare, isn't she? So, as you'd expect, she's pretty forward in condition. First up, the new stable, but she doesn't look too dissimilar to how she used to look with Hickmott.
7 de Bergerac, placed in the Fisher here on Champions Day, back from a runner-up effort in Sydney. Graham Begg won this race with Romancer at 100 to 1 5 years ago.
His run in the Newmarket was outstanding. He was just in the wrong spot that day. He started $91, but I remember thinking, when you get back to the right race, you'll be tough to beat. And I think this is the right race.
He's a beauty, this horse. I think he looks excellent. Couldn't look much better than what he does today.
8 Lusum Winmore won an 1100 metre benchmark 70 this day 2 years ago. He resumed in the Hawks.
Another horse, it's a 4-time winner here at Flemington. Look, pulled up lane last start. Hopefully all is well. He's won 6 of 13 overall, so he's a real talent, and I could see him running a lot better than what he did fresh up.
Have to take on trust after that poor performance, but he's moving nice and sound here. His condition going into that run in Adelaide was great. Today's no different.
Pre-Pride of Jenny, Declan Bates won this on Great again in 2020. He's on the 9, well-timed.
Yeah, I think he needs to improve. He's a 6-time winner. He's been in reasonable form this preparation, but this is, I think, a tougher assignment.
A horse I don't know, but he's come down here in great shape, as you'd expect. He's dappled up over his hindquarters. He's nice and engaged as he's looking out at the track. I think that he's here, should run up to expectation.
10 Philosopher, not known for his credentials stretched to 1200 metres, does have the right pilot. Patrick Maloney winning it 2 years ago on Who Dares.
Yeah, I think the 1200 stretches Philosopher, so 50s and probably right price.
Presents well, as far as I'm concerned. I do think that it's a question mark as well, whether he's going to run out this strong distance, but he's been turned out in good shape to do it as best he can.
Craig Newitt rides the 11 Celsius Starry, of course, won this race on the gun mare Miss Andretti 20 years ago.
Yeah, well done to Sean and his team. They've done a good job, and he'll be up near the front end for a fairway, but I just preferred others today down the straight.
He usually gets himself all hot and sweaty on race day, so what he's doing here is not too dissimilar to what he does every start. Condition-wise, he looks the same.
12 Stolly Bolly has compiled an excellent autumn to date.
Hasn't he what? He's been in great form, and the way he won at Bendigo, if he brings that level of form again, and I can't see any reason why he won't, he'll be extremely hard to beat, and he drops 4.5 kilos on that effort, which was scintillating.
He just looks like he's absolutely thriving this prep. His coat is beautiful. You could just about see your reflection in it, which is uncharacteristic for this time of year.
Took a potential top liner to deny Kieran Maher a first Wangoom with the 13 Immortal Star.
Really creditable performance, and another horse that's... Look, she's fared well here. I like the fact that she gets it weighted where she is. Gate 11's a big plus too. I think that's the position you're going to want to be, and she can make her own luck from there.
She's a lovely quiet mare on race day, this girl. I think that she presents very similar to how she has done all prep. She's very fit. She's been up a good while, but not showing any signs of training off.
14, Here Comes the Star, was making good ground late, fresh behind Stolly Bolly.
Good closing sectionals, excellent second up record. I like the move to 1,200 metres. I think she's over the odds, and she's my value each way play of the day.
Never underestimate this horse. I love her. I've got a real soft spot for her. The coat is beautiful. You know she's going to hit the line hard. I think she represents great value.
Donna Scott had our last cash in this race last year. She's brought down the 15 Bon Holler.
Yeah, another one that's probably going to need to improve. It's a preferred distance, and we yet to see her complete ceiling, but best of luck to Connections. Once again, you're getting a reasonable price. She's at 60s.
I also don't have a platform on, but she's got herself quite hot and sweaty here. Really foamed up between the back legs and started to break out. Not sure if it's normal for her. Other than that, she looks great.
Hutchie numbers for the 47th running of the straight six.
Stolly Bolly for me. I like Here Comes the Star as a value chance. Outside of that, I thought De Bergerac's easily a winning chance. It could be a good hour for Graham Begg and his team. And I threw Title Fighter in. I know it's more weight, but similar pattern to last year, and a horse that's obviously fared well in this very race.
I'm going to go Stolly Bolly on top from the yard, just ahead of De Bergerac. You could really have either of these horses on top. I thought they both saddled up looking great. Title Fighter looks unreal, big weight to carry. Of the rest, I think that's about it. Stolly Bolly, Ben, how is he?
Hope you're all right. We're very happy with him. He's come out of his good win, Bendigo, really well. He's got a good record down the straight and deserves the opportunity trying to get some black type. So fingers crossed he can run well.
My eye, he seems to be thriving this preparation. His coat for this time of year is beautiful. Is he a happy horse at home?
Yeah, he's been down at our Pakenham base and they've been absolutely thrilled with him. His work's been great, and as you said, he's looking very healthy and enjoying racing at the moment.
How would you like things to work out here?
I think there's enough speed around us, so Stacky's just going to let him get into a nice rhythm. It's straight racing, so hopefully they do roll along a bit, and then he can be nice and strong. I think being down on the weights will help, and we're looking forward to seeing him go around.
He's an Ello. He must be a frustrating horse. He looks absolutely sensational here. Are you happy with how he's been training at home?
Yeah, he's travelled to South Australia. We ran him in a couple of stakes races, and he just underperformed a little bit there. So we're trying blinkers on today, and hopefully we can see him bounce back and win down the straight like he did a couple of years ago. So we're happy with him. As you said, he looks $1 million. He's feeling very well in himself, and we're hoping we can see him bounce back to form.
Good luck with both runners, Bet.
Thank you.
Okay, it's all just a little bit of history repeating. And it's the top two in the market. Race 8, number 12, Stolly Bolly's going to be your market mover into $3. Good push. De Bergerac, nice and safe. Starting to tighten up again, as he should. 310, 320. Outside of that, it is open. Race 8, number 12, your market mover. Get your bets on for the straight six. You win some, you lose more. Preferring confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
So runners heading to the gates ahead of the Hilton Nicholas Tab Straight 6. It's a duel between Stolly Bolly and De Bergerac for favouritism. And we've only had the one race up the straight today. That, of course, was the 3-year-old sprint contest earlier on this afternoon. Wise In-Law was able to take that out, dropping back from the 1,400 metres. And Hutch, sort of bit of an anticipation coming here today that
Dows!
Outside was going to be the spot they were going to try and get to from the very brief look we had of things with the
Brilliant
race earlier.
Dows.
It looks to be the case, which is going to make it a bit of a task for the likes of Papa Ward, who's drawn one.
Yeah, when we saw some of the different shots that you get, you could see that the higher barrier numbers or outside barriers, you want to phrase it, look to me to be clearly a better spot to be, but they've had a look at this one straight race now, so most of the jockeys will edge over there, but it does appear to be that way, Nige, as well. So,
amazing scenes just quietly up at Doomben, where Rockfire with Brad Rawilla, no less, in the saddle, has produced an upset victory in the Doomben 10,000, a horse that has seemingly been retired about 4 or 5 times. And there you just the scenes that you only get from racing unfolding up there in southern Queensland. And well done to Brad Rawilla, who's been plying his trade in every port of call in Victoria, cobbling together rides, and he's got an opportunity in Queensland and taking it.
That is so well deserved, isn't it? He has to work so hard at his weight, Brad. I remember when I was a kid even, and it hasn't really changed much to this day, you'd see Brad come running into a race course. He's covered in garbage bags and then all of his sweat gear on top, and he'll literally run in with these bags. He'll go and run like a couple of laps of the track. He is unbelievable what he's put his body through over all these years, and to still be at the top of his game, good on him. He deserves every bit of success that he's got.
I think it was, we spoke with you at the ball as well, Nigel, and he gave himself a mention. He gave himself a bit of a pump up, just to remind everyone he only had a few rides, I think, there, and he delivered on both. Apparently was one of them. And I didn't, we don't realise these stories. It was a good little grab that you got from him that day, and elated for him because, like you said, Amy, doesn't get many opportunities. You're quickly forgotten, aren't you? Just put his name back up and once again. So best of luck to him.
Right to Rob Heathcote, and again, credit where it's due that he's seen fit to engage the talents of Brad Rawiller, and he's been rewarded with a group one victory at the Doomba 10,000 to the stakes race at hand here at Flemington. Hutch, how do you see things at the pointy end in regards to who's going to be setting the agenda?
In terms of pace, there's a good speed in the race. I mean, the leading chances probably will get back. Bergerac will be back. Stolly Bolly's going to be midfield at best. I think the Mortal Star will be handy in the run. I don't think they'll want to be too far off them. Marble 9 won't be too far off them either. So Philosopher, we know, is very fast. They're not going to be hanging around here, that's for sure. It'll be more just trying to get that horse in the river. We've got Celsius Star, another horse that likes to roll along at a decent speed as well. So a couple of those horses that do control the speed as well. The 1200 might just test him out a little bit. So I think a lot of the riders that get back will be more than happy to let him go.
I think your value horse here, Hutch, Here Comes the Star, I give her a good push too.
Yeah.
She drops 5 kilos in weight. You know she's as honest as the day is long. She's going to rattle home. And she was so good first up at Bendigo too. I think she's over the odds in an open sort of a contest.
De Bergerac 7 and Stolly Bolly 12, $3 each of two on the Victorian official prices as we hand things over to Matt Hill for his call of the straight six.
So Graham Begg looking for a big double here with De Bergerac. Number 7 currently 320 and just tote favourite ahead of Stolly Bolly. They're equal favourites with bookies boards at $3. Bon Holler to come along, and that'll just about be it with Stolly Bolly. I think Fancify and Lose Some Win More also are yet to be called in. Right down there at the top of the famous straight six, Harry Coffey brings up Fancify. Taking a wide alley. Stolly Bolly on some good races down the straight.
But that's a brilliant job. That was
completed. Lose Some Win More, and here's Bon Holler. Trained at Albury by Donna Scott, Jai McNeil aboard. He's had a winner already today, and Lose Some Win More. The red, white, and blue to complete at Jetstand. Second of our listed races today. The straight six, they're ready. Sets. They're off. Forward from barrier number 3, broke away moderately. Stolly Bolly away in the second half of the field. Celsius Star began well with Here Comes the Star and Marble 9. Just behind those horses, Popper Ward and Pisanello. 3 horses over on the far side now blending in with the rest of the group. De Bergerac's in about 6th, and then Bon Holler. Further back, Stolly Bolly, Immortal Star, Fancify, Philosopher, Title, Fighter, Well Timed, and Lose Some Win More. So as they reach the 800 marker, up the middle, Celsius Star in front of Marble 9. Then Here Comes the Star and Bon Holler. De Bergerac right on their tails. And then Popperwood, Stolly Bolly, Immortal Star. Next, Fancify. Just a shade beyond centre field. Philosopher, well back. Pisanello, Title Fighter, well timed. And Lose Some Win More. Dialing it up at the 400 metres at Celsius Star. Just in front of Bon Holler. Here Comes the Star. Then Popperwood over on the far side. Lose Some Win More. Right down the outskirts is flashing over the top. Lose Some Win More with a paralysing burst. At the 150 took the lead and came clear from Here Comes the Star. De Bergerac late, but Lose Some Win More sailing away. That's a massive win. De Bergerac second, photo third. Here Comes the Star or Celsius Star. Then De Bergerac, Stolly Bolly, Popper Ward from Bon Holler. Then came Philosopher, Fancify, well timed. Marble 9, Pisanello, Immortal Star, Title Fighter, one of the last.
Victory 201 is a stake success for Jet Stanley at Flemington. It comes aboard Lose Some Win More. Plenty of them brought straight track credentials to the straight six, but none better than Lose Some Win More, who's now 5 from 7 at Flemington and builds on his victories through the winter last year in benchmark grade. He had excuses first up in the Group 3 Hawk Stakes. He's back to his happy hunting ground, and that was a paralysing turn of foot from the 3 to the 200, Hutch.
The ball as well. He wanted that path, and I tell you what, he let down. He just put a gap on them and popped the question at about the 300-metre mark, passing the clock tower, and he put the race to bed very quickly. De Bergerac's run well in the minors. Here comes the Star and Celsius Star, not too much separating those. Looks like here comes the Star. Will just get third in third place, but gee, it was a dominant performance from a horse who's had a few little issues, but when he's right, he showed today what he can do, Amy.
It was very impressive to the eye, wasn't it? I've just had a look at the time, 109.36. They've pretty much run identical time to Wise In-Law, just a little bit earlier in the day, but to the eye, Hutch, that looked a fair bit more impressive, didn't it?
It did. I mean, the way he quickened up, he sort of put the race to bed very quickly. So well done to Richard Jolly and his team. Let's hear from Richard now.
Richard Jolly joins us. Victory in the straight 6 with Blue Sun, win more in enough time after he broke 109.4 to put in a phone call to Hong Kong.
Look, he's impressive today.
That happened. 8, 7, 14, and 11. We'll go to the next. This is the last race today here. Look at what's going on. One, 4, 12 all scratched. 11, 7, 5, and 2. The odds are right. That's the lowest drop. This one is an 8-year-old. Probably not going to work. So that's that. This is going to talk to one, two, in fact, all of them. So out of which this is the low. So ideally it should be 857. I mean 1157, but we'll see how that works. This cannot win. The odds are right, but that's the scene. Sixteen and 4. It's always like that, Dow's. It's always like that. It is always so close. And after you miss it, you feel like, I wish. You feel like, I wish I had done that. But the thing is, Dow's, you know, it's like that. It is always like that. That's the reason we're trying to figure out I mean the minimum risk which is possible. Like here the 11 is the favorite. All right. So if you look at why it is favorite, so through the drop line, that's the lowest drop. This one, which is the contender, probably is an 8-year-old gilding. Then comes this thing, the 3 and the 2. Okay, so the 3 and the 2, they are there, but that's a 55, a 3, and then this is a 5. So the 3 is there, but as a 55, winning as a neutral is a very difficult thing. So then it falls on this guy on 2. But if that's -5, then we have so many others who are there to talk to this. So in that case, this is the highest drop. So if we keep that away, then 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, all the highest revised weight, then this one is the EW, which should get in, and then probably it'll jump back here That should happen. All right. Now, here is the thing. We have a we have a thing on that. But that's an 8-year-old. Now, let's say that 8-year-old kicks in, then you have 11, 6, and then probably it jumps back to 7. That is also possible. But when that happens, you feel like I had that in front of me, but I just did not go with it. Like here, the 8, if you look at what's going on, so this one is a 5-year-old gilding from gate number 1. This is a 6-year-old gilding from gate number 15. Okay? That was that. And it won. I did not believe that. I did not go with it. But your judgment on 11 was good. That thing came in 4th. When the 14 came in. That's a 59 with neutral. That's okay. But surprisingly, the 12 did not work. Just did not run. That's all. Having a hindsight. Doomben next week for the group ones again. We'll take Doomben if it doesn't go heavy. We'll take Doomben if it doesn't go heavy. I'll remember that, Dawes. We'll take Doomben next week Saturday if that's the thing. Let me just check. It's not updated yet, but yes, if that's the scene, then we might we would try to do Doomben. Basically on Saturdays I try to get a track where I'll get the feed. Doomben, we will not have the feed, so that's the thing. Doomben, we will not have a feed because Doomben, the feed is like a mobile screen to me.
Campaign north of the border, Hutch. It's, of course, included a great run on effort into second behind Bianco Volano in the Wagga Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. So very, really consistent gelding, that's for sure. And I'm not sure if that's ultra strong form for a race of this caliber, but can't deny the horse is in fantastic form and probably should get a reasonable run from an inside draw.
Looks good here too. Presents in really nice shape. Very chunky, heavy set horse, so I think he'd take a fair bit of work to keep up to the mark, but he's got lovely tone over his ribs.
Fred Bullett's Eye was a length and a half behind Ocean Beyond at the Bull.
Yeah, the handle, I think back on Better Graham may well help. I thought it was a nice enough run last start. Don't think there were too many excuses, but he's racing well. He just needs another win. It's been almost 500 days since he's got his head in front. He was very unlucky. I think it may have been at probably Warwick Nabil where he didn't get a crack at them, or maybe possibly a Chuka. But look, he's had a lot of racing. He's going well. He could run in front.
I don't see him too often, this horse, but it's definitely the best that I've seen him for a long time. So hopefully that can translate into another good performance because he has been very consistent of late.
For Euphoric is scratching. Best run of late was a Bendigo from the 5 opening address.
Yeah, second up, third run in now and up to 1,800 metres. So there's some positives there. And he might be building into something good. So it was a nice effort behind Seafall. Nothing wrong with that form, and he can run well.
Definitely looks at his peak in regards to his fitness. He's come to hand really nicely this preparation. He's had a recent clip. His coat's lovely and healthy, so should be going okay here.
Just didn't work out in the Albury Cup for the 6 Gregor Limo.
You can understand why he's that price, though. He's 1,200 plus days since a win, unfortunately, for Connection. So it's been a long time between drinks.
He's a lovely horse, yes, to look at. I think that he's been turned out really nicely once again. I'd agree. I don't know that he's going at his absolute best. Things haven't worked out, but he's turned out nicely again.
Willow aboard the 7 Skippers Canyon, who gave Mr. Blunt 5 kilos on Anzac Day.
Yeah, and I think he's better with a bit of room. So perhaps gate 10's actually a plus for him. Though if he can get a little bit of cover and room to build. He actually jumped better than he usually does last start, so we'll wait and see how he steps today. But Craig Williams on board's got to be a positive.
He looks super. He's moving so nicely too. Lovely and supple, very powerful the way that he's getting around here. And his coat's fantastic for this time of year.
Another incremental step up in trip should help the 8 Jackknife. It needs to.
Yeah, he's just not showing enough. I haven't liked his form at all. Getting a bit boisterous around here, isn't it? Nine people have enjoyed the day. But Jackknife does have to lift.
I agree. I think he's been turned out immaculately once again, but he goes into the frustrating category. I have to see him do it before I believe it.
Take more than background noise to knock you off your perch. Nine My Brothers keeper went to the 2200 metre contest at Bendigo.
Look, he had an excuse at Bendigo. He's had the odd excuse at a few recent runs. He's a kind of horse that could knock a few off here at a price. He's certainly a horse that, well, he's placed 5 of 6 in Flemington. He's probably going better than when you first look at his form, how it reads, and he is well enough handicapped.
He's the kind of horse you'd take to the pub and have a beer with him, I reckon. He's just a really nice fella. Look at him. He's so relaxed and so quiet, so well-mannered. He looks good once again. He's been pretty consistent how he's been turned out all prep. Today's no different.
Must be 4:35. We're doing the horse walks into a bark here, the last.
Yeah.
10 Weldstone.
You know what Amy's going to order?
Yeah.
Healthy rosé.
Yes, definitely. Whispering Angel. 10 Weldstone has put in 4 crackers since joining Cliff Brown.
Very consistent. He's a nice gelding. He'll get back in the run. Second up, he'll strip further. He probably wants a bit further, but he can run well.
Looks beautiful here. Lovely and powerful, very fit. Coat's excellent. I think that he's a top chance.
11, Mr. Blunt brought his talents to town in emphatic fashion on answer.
Yeah, what a performance. I thought this was the best of the day. Give him strength. We need a result, Nige. And look, he's only having career start number 6. It's 4th run in, back over the track and trip. If he delivers, if he can hold that sort of form, I thought he'd be very hard to beat.
He looks great too. I think that from what I'm seeing, he should be running particularly well. His coat's immaculate. He's been on really good behaviour the whole time. He's having a little bounce as the jock gets on board, which is fair enough, but he's been turned out immaculately here.
12 Scratch, 13 Ghetto Superstar, the last runner to assess.
Actually, I thought this horse could run well at a price. It's $41. Got going late fresh up. It was a sneaky good run, and I don't think you can win it. But if you're having a first 4 or trifecta, there was some encouragement there. He will stay. He will be better here, and he's generally pretty honest.
Blinkers go on again too, just to sharpen him up ever so slightly. But I agree, Hutchie. I think he's been turned out really nicely. His coat's good. His fitness is where it needs to be. He's a horse that does take a bit of work. He's a heavier sort of set horse, but I think that he's not far away from being at his peak.
It was the Liberty last year for Robbie Griffiths and John McNeil. Hutch, who's collecting the Murray Cox handicapped around out Ramsden Day 20s.
I think Mr. Blunt will be pretty tough to beat if he turns up in the order that we saw last time. When I had a chat to Calvin McAvoy earlier today, he was a little surprised in the ease of the win too. But I like it when that's the case because it, just generally means there's a bit more upside and more to come. Skipper's Canyon's the same form, and like I said, with Ghetto Superstar, if you want to make him make a top 3 or top 5 or something like that, he's a horse I think at a price could run well. Opening address will roll forward and run well too.
I'm with you, Hutch. Mr. Blunt to see out the day. I thought that he looked superb. He could have had 2 or 3 horses on top quite easily from the yard. The other 2 were Skipper's Canyon and Wealdstone. I really don't think that there's too much between the 3 of these, but happy to have Mr. Blunt. Beautiful looking horse. He's been racing particularly well and happy to go with him. I'm going to catch up with one of his trainers here in Calvin McAvoy.
Getting
thanks for your
tail.
time as always. Mr. Blunt. He was great at his most recent start. How's he been between runs?
Yeah, he was terrific. Amy, he probably surprised me a little bit the way the ease that he won with, but he's been quite a raw horse and always shown nice ability, and he's bounced through that run. Obviously, we've going up to a benchmark 84 today, so he's got to take another step, but market's got him pretty short, so hopefully they're up.
Hopefully they are. You've got the benefit of having Declan Bates on board, who rode him so perfectly last start. Is the plan similar again today?
Yeah, look, it's a little bit different. He's drawn in and there's a bit of speed from the outside. So the main thing for Deck is to get him into a good rhythm and not start him. We don't want him over racing. And if he gets in a nice rhythm and he's a big, strong horse, he'll push his way out at the right time.
He's a lightly raced horse for a 4-year-old, Cal. How deeply do you think that you can take him this preparation?
He's really thriving in his work. So, look, there's a couple of tests we want him to pass once today. Once potentially in 3 weeks. There's a 2000 here at Flemington, and it might be if he happens to come through that well, he might be a Challenger Cup sort of horse. So we're not sure. We're just going to take it run by run.
Tony loves this Caloundra Cup and being up there this time of year, doesn't he? Do you get a gig to go up as well, or has Dad said, no, mate, you stay down here?
No, someone's got to do the work down here, but any horse that wins, he's putting his hand up to get it up there. So, no, it's a nice arm to have this time of the year to be able to send horses to the north of Queensland and target those races. And yeah, I don't think it's out of the realms for this horse.
No point getting older if you don't get smarter. Hey, well done to Dad. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Did Calvin just say Caloundra Cup? Half yours won that last year before he went on to win a Melbourne Cup. Tony thinks that much of him. No wonder he's $1.85. $1.90 now. Mr. Blunt, best back runner. Race 9, 9.11. Mr. Blunt is the best back runner. Get your bets on in the last. Fellasaurus, the only other runner that's had some specking outside of that. It's a good go. Hope you've had a great day and back to winners. Toodaloo. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Philip Stokes joins us with the second favourite in the last in both Melbourne and Adelaide. It starts with Skipper's Canyon here in the Murray Cox Handicap. Philip, appreciate your time. How's he progressed since the previous effort where he gave Mr. Blunt 5 kilos?
Progressed nicely. I think today from the barrier, that should suit him as long as he jumps. He's a bit of a quirky horse, this. So jumps, he can get 3 wide cover. I think he loves Flemington. He just needs clean air. He hits that flat spot, and then you got to ride him through that, and then he comes late. So Craig's done his homework. Hopefully it comes to fruition and we can get the job done.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Have you looked to match Quirky with the engagement of Willow?
Well, let's hope he can do the job, but he's gone through all his tapes and he feels confident.
Or do you feel like you've got him fitness-wise?
Oh, fitness isn't an issue. It's just him.
And mention you've got the second favourite in the last in Adelaide. What do you think of the chance of Regal Secret there?
Going well. Probably needed it. Oh, the track's not racing too bad. Work on Saturday was great, so she's definitely capable of winning that race.
For a successful 15 minutes ahead. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, there's been good support for Mr. Blunt in the market and a very solid Skipper's Canyon. So punters quickly identified as that race that they last clashed as the key form reference, and they are certainly holding sway here in terms of the bulk of market percentage for this final event. So Mr. Blunt, $1.85 now with the VOP, but Skipper's Canyon but most of them pretty well behaved here, Amy, and I think probably conditions have been unbelievable through the day, and they've held on through to the last race here this afternoon.
Much more pleasant than what the forecast looks for us being at footy in the morning with the kids, isn't it? That's a little bit, 25 minutes of me. Oh no. But no, today's been delightful. Good stories, good racing. Track's played super well done to Lee McKeith and his team. It's not easy this time of year too, like you're having to irrigate, you don't have the daylight and sunshine and all those sort of things that you normally do, and to keep the track in tip-top order like they have. I think it's raced particularly well all day myself, and well done to all of them. But no, it's been a good day, Hutch, hasn't it?
It certainly has. Good little crowd in attendance as well, in particular for the feature. For Ramsey with the Bunn's exemption, of course, and that will go to Zakuma, Graham Begg and his team. And it's exciting for the connections of that horse moving forward as well. But some of the patrons hanging around and enjoying an aperitif or two before they head off. And you're going to make your way out there, Amy? Are we going to pop up there before you head home?
No, I will be lights and sirens. Code 1 straight home to my fire, which hopefully Ashes have a chance to light, and I might just pour myself just a cheeky little rosé and sit down there.
Do not pass go, do not collect $200.
Good day for the racing.com training operation. See Littlefield with Concord Connie and A&A Yagi with Vertigo just grabbing the placing on debut. Well done.
Thank you. We didn't get a winner, but we're still pretty happy with it for a first starter that we've paid no money for, and we've only got a small team of horses, only working about 10 or something like that. So to come here with a young horse on debut, we're pretty chuffed with that.
Early thought or the sort of Flitch reaction, is she heading for a break?
Yeah, I think so. There's you're sort of half tempted, but there's a stakes race over in Adelaide in a couple of weeks' time. Maybe, but I think more than likely we'll probably just put her in the paddock and give her a nice break. It's all worked out perfectly coming into today after we gave her a last jump out. Thought, right, it's too far out for this race. We sent her to the Water Walker, trialled her on the day that we planned. Like, everything just fell perfectly into place. So I think when you can have a plan come off like that, pull up stumps and chuck her in the paddock, and we can make another plan going forward. We're wrapped. And wrapped for Charlotte too.
Yes. Well, speaking of talents that are being put on ice for spring targets. It seems like that's going to be the case with Concord Connie. Everybody, trainer and jockey, seem to be in alignment that might be the end of prep run, but what a prep it's been. Pakenham and then two outstanding performances here at 1400 metres. And the next time we see her, it's likely to be in stakes race, you'd imagine, in the spring.
Yeah, it looks that way, and nice that she got another win on the board. And yeah, I think it's not that far away this spring, is it? All of a sudden, I always think every year after the ball, it's sort of you blink and you're right there, but a couple of wet months to get through. But hopefully, we'll see her back to her best then.
Good part of the program here in Melbourne is there is always something interesting, be it the Winter Series, be it races like the Ramsden and days like today. It culminates in the Murray Crocs Handicap as we joined Matt Hill one last time.
Terrific night. Pleasure to be with you all today. What's been a fantastic day. Zakuma, a thrilling winner of the Andrew Ramsden, booking a place in the Melbourne Cup as the Winter Series races will continue, and the heats of a lot of these races, the Winter Championships, Sandown Lane, Tars Rossi, etc., head to Sandown next Saturday. So, Mr. Blunt, $1.90, the final favourite, as they're just about right to go here at Flemington. Got one to go in, Ghetto Superstar. The loading process just elongated due to an interstate race. Now the last one to come forward, Ghetto Superstar. The ninth events in two of the Banjo Patterson series. Ghetto Superstar goes in. They're locked away. The last of 9. They are ready. Racing at the 1800 metres. Mr. Blunt jumped away steadily. Bullets High began well with Villasaurus, Limo, and opening address. The 4 across the track. Jackknife is next, and they were followed by Skipper's Canyon around Mr. Blunt in the early stages. A gap Ghetto Superstar, Wheelstone, and My Brother's Keeper heading towards the 1400 metres. Still sorting out the lead. Opening address wants it out wide on the course, and eventually will cross to the rails to lead. Skipper's Canyon keeps booting through between horses. Limo forced wide on that corner. Villasaurus next, and now Skipper's Canyon got the one out, one back set. They're 2 lengths in front of next Bullets High, and then came Jackknife at the 1200 metres. A length and a half to Mr. Blunt, centre of the field from My Brother's Keeper, Wheelstone, and 3 lengths Ghetto Superstar. Opening address is the leader. 1,000 metres to go by a length Limo. A length and a quarter Villasaurus third. Then Skipper's Canyon fourth, and they're 2 lengths Bullets High and Jackknife. A length and a quarter Mr. Blunt at an even speed from My Brother's Keeper, Wheelstone, Ghetto Superstar, approaching the 800 marker. So the leader is opening address just in front of Limo. Third, Villasaurus tucked away, and then came Skipper's Canyon, tracked by Bullets High, as Skipper's Canyon is now just niggled at to improve 3 wide. Jackknife away from the rails. Mr. Blunt's coming the widest, tracked by Wheelstone. Then My Brother's Keeper, Ghetto Superstar. They run for the money, 400 to go. It's opening address with Villasaurus together. Then Limo the outside with Skipper's Canyon. Mr. Blunt now starting to launch down the outer, and further back is Jackknife, 250 to go. Skipper's Canyon struck the front from opening address. Mr. Blunt is struggling at the moment. Ghetto Superstar the outside. My Brother's Keeper coming through at the 50. Skipper's Canyon. Ghetto Superstar coming at Skipper's Canyon. Ghetto Superstar got up.
13-7.
My Brother's Keeper, then Wheelstone. Next to finish in the race behind those horses, opening address, Limo.
13-7, 9 and 10.
Back, Jackknife.
13-7, 9 and 10. 13, 7, 9, and 10. Everybody went through except him because of that. So those are the things we still haven't figured out how to handle that. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 9 races here today at Flemington. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come back and we will join together, do a little chit chat, try to figure out the puzzles here. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you very much for doing that. It means a lot. And Daos, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Adaman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Rexy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it. But thank you, gentlemen. It is horse racing, so I'll see you again on Wednesday. Till then, stay blessed and have a great day. Bye-bye.